I'm gonna. This was playing when I was leaving yesterday. Anybody here yet? No. When somebody gets here, I'll play something. Nobody's here. Oh, it's next week. Shit. I'm gonna put it on dial for now until some people get in here.
Wait, what? Thank you for your support on the DMA channel, Lou. Since you've been subscribed, I don't think you've missed a single live stream, and you're an excellent moderator, so good looking out.
Oh my god.
For information on how to sponsor a video, check out my memberships. The link is in the description. We're in there like swimwear.
The presiding officer may trespass any
Fuck Blue Sky, man. Fuck her.
attendee from the council chambers who is in violation of these rules of decorum. Trespass.
And what about this top one up here? Explain that one.
In the comment period, when recognized by the presiding officer, attendees shall be permitted up to 5 minutes to address council. The use of video or audio presentations shall not be permitted. This was created because I was providing public comment at the podium when Herb Atchison was mayor, and I simply stopped talking, pushed play on my phone,
and a shout
and
out,
let a recording play into
and
the
a personal
microphone
shout out
of
on a
Timmy
video.
Henley playing in the pool with his nephew. And Herb Atchison tried to have me removed from the podium.
Sality.
Calling
Sality,
it
huh? No, I think this is Regan Benson.
Why?
This
Why
is
do we let government
what is familiar calls her? Queen bitch.
dictate to this level of authoritarianism? It's beyond me. It's beyond
Why
me.
do we allow it? Why do we follow it?
Yeah, thank you. Even better question.
Yes. Enough is enough.
Well, what you allow is what you teach, right?
That's right.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, what? Huh?
Hey, ma'am. Hey. How are you? I'm well. How are you? I'm good. May I please get a copy of that, what do you call it? Instructions on the
Decorum.
door? The decorum?
Yep, delivering it right now.
Oh, thank you.
You're so welcome.
What is your name, please?
I'm the city operator.
Your name, city operator? Am I not allowed to have your first name?
Good city operator, thank you.
I'm sorry?
City operator.
She doesn't want to give me her first name. She said her first name, city operator. She looks like a Cindy. But I find it funny though, the sign that she's sitting right in front of that says you are welcome here. But I didn't feel very welcome just now.
Look at all those cameras up there above this desk. Hey,
Oh yeah.
look at all those cameras over there.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, that's not for me, is it?
No, it's for us.
Oh. If we were trying to conduct business.
Oh no. Wow. Decorum.
Yay, somebody finally made it in.
Oh, really?
9 minutes in. What the fuck? Those guys will be right back. Actually, there's something better to play besides DMA's premiere, but this isn't even his premiere. Let's go to DMA's premiere.
She's just pretending to be on the phone.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. We can outwait you, city operator. Trust me.
Can we just get your name, please, and we'll be on our way? Do you have a card? Okay, we'll go upstairs and just request your name.
Okay. I think request your name is there. Thanks.
Hey, Miss City Operator, did you realize that the entire time my girlfriend was talking to you, you didn't even make eye contact? You've never even looked at us yet. Is there a reason why you refuse to make eye contact with the public? Is there a reason why you're refusing to make eye contact with us?
Hello, Mr. Operator, how may I direct your call? Yes, of course. Hold on a second. Hey. No, I'm trying to work and I'm getting interrupted, so.
I'm actually here for business, City Operator, but you're ignoring me, not even looking at me. I'm not interrupting anything.
One second.
happened? Damn it. Freaking one, I didn't get it.
He said you're working, but we're like keeping you from working. We're actually here for business, ma'am. So now you're abandoning your post. Haven't even looked at us yet. Rude. We're gonna get your name too. I'm gonna get your salary, date of hire. I can't believe this is how you treat members of the public. We're here for business. That's a disgrace, ma'am. Do better. And then I'll write down my complaint because I'm going to file a complaint. She was asking for information really nicely, and what happened is she was talking to her the whole time, staring at her computer, like won't even make eye contact with her.
Okay.
I guess probably because we have cameras. So
Yeah.
I tried to ask her about that, and she ignored me, and then told whoever she was talking to on the phone that I was harassing her and preventing her from working, even though we were there for business.
Okay.
So that's.
Do you? Let me get you. I don't know why I handed that to you. Let me get you a different piece of paper. Hang on.
Thank you.
I love it.
Well, somebody popped in and then left. I'm not sure what's going on
Okay.
here.
Or do you need this pen? You're gonna.
I
jot
need a
this
pen to
down?
fill it out. Yeah.
Okay.
And then I was just getting ready. My husband's waiting for me outside.
Sorry.
But Jake can take that from you. And like I said, I'll send an
Something
email
happened?
Thank you.
to her
Thank you.
supervisor as soon as I
Appreciate
get
it.
that. Okay.
And Jake is able to make a copy of this for me.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Hi. Hey, I just needed to turn this in. It's a complaint.
Sure.
And
Happy to
then
do
can-
that.
can
You need a
you-
copy?
Copy, and could you either sign it or put a stamp on it or something so I have validation?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Happy to.
Hey guys, so as you can see, the conduct, right? The night and day difference.
Welcome.
This lady right here versus the lady downstairs. I'm putting the.
I got a good video to play, but I'm not playing it just to me. I heard most of it yesterday.
Stars. How about you
That
just
way.
be nice to people?
I put
Thank
the
you, ma'am.
deputy city clerk.
Appreciate
stamp.
that. Can I get your name?
Kate,
Thank you, Kate.
you're very welcome.
Thanks, Kate, appreciate it.
You're very welcome.
So he told me this morning, I'm like, okay, to you.
Hi.
And
Um,
so, oh, sorry.
Sorry, no, go ahead. You got. I don't want to interrupt you guys.
No,
Oh, wait, you're done?
up yet.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I was just here. We were here for some business. We had some business to conduct upstairs doing Cora. And my girlfriend, I noticed you guys have some new rules up there for the city council public comment. So we just wanted to get a hard copy of that. And I came up here and the other lady was up here. She wouldn't give me her name.
Hi.
But we're just being nice. And we said, hey, can we get a copy of this? And she said, yeah, I don't know. Let me see what I can do. And the conversation lasted about 1 minute and she refused to make eye contact with us. She just kept staring at her computer, which is kind of rude. I mean, if somebody, especially a member of the public, if she's here to serve the public, should at least look at you while they're talking to you. And so she asked her for her name, and she said, "I'm the city operator." And she said, "Oh, your name's city operator." And then she just was rude. And then whoever she was talking to on the phone, she said, "Oh, I'm just here trying to work, and I'm being harassed." We weren't harassing her. We're here for business. So, are you her supervisor?
I am, yeah.
Oh, okay. Can I get your name?
My name's Jen.
Jen. What's her name?
Um, I'm not gonna give that out right now. You can certainly ask for it with a core request.
Yeah, we already did that. We'll get it in like 3 days.
Okay.
So you're not going to give it to us?
So the city of Westminster is being difficult and would only provide me with a list of all the city operators instead of just this one rude employee. So I have no choice but to publish them all. And as you can see, the position title is administrative assistant, not city operator. So she lied about that. Let me know in the comments which
Not
one you
sure
think
what's
she
going
is.
on.
I think she looks like a Margaret, but my second choice is Maggie.
So we filed a complaint on her too. So is that going to go to you directly?
That's something that we'll work out with city manager's office.
So the city manager's response to the complaints on the city operator?
Yeah, I mean, we have a team approach to that if there's any complaints.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you're saying that the city manager will respond to me via email?
I can't see for sure who's gonna respond to you, but
Oh.
if you've asked for a response, someone will
Okay.
get back to you.
Can I get your card, please?
All right, guys. So as I mentioned earlier, the city of Westminster has been very difficult in regards to providing us with information we are requesting. And they actually denied us our initial public records request for this rude lady's name because of semantics. And what often happens in government, guys, is they will cite a statutory exemption on why they can't provide us with the records because we didn't use the correct verbiage. So Regan and I had to go back in there and do another public records request so we can obtain these names. And while we were there, it had already been 2 weeks since I had filed this complaint. So I decided to stop in at that desk and follow up on it. And I left a message with the lady that was working the desk and said, can you please have Jennifer Pren reach out to me in regards to this complaint? So finally, after I did that, then a few days later, she finally reaches out and she says, good afternoon. I received the complaint that you filed regarding your interaction with the city operator during your visit to City Hall. I have reviewed the matter with the employee and apologized that you felt that she had treated you with disdain. I apologize that you felt that she had treated you with disdain. This is a typical narcissistic response, right? Because narcissists have a really hard time accepting accountability for their actions. So they deflect and they don't say, I apologize that she treated you with disdain. She says, I apologize that you felt that she treated you with disdain. Many of you have heard
I
me
love
speak
saying
on
that
the
to people.
fact
I'm
that the
sorry you feel
number
that
one
way.
reputation associated with narcissist and psychopath are CEO
I
and
guess I'm a
police
narcissist.
officers, because those are the types of people who want to have authority over others. And from a quick Google search, you can see right here, narcissists gravitate towards professions where they can control people and elicit adulation. Adulation is defined as excessive admiration or praise, because narcissists have a grandiose attitude and they always want to be admired and praised because they're always looking for something or someone to stroke their ego. There is a plethora of articles in regards to what I'm speaking of, and this one in particular by SJSU ScholarWorks states, people with stronger narcissistic personality traits tend to be more attracted to
Hell yeah.
occupations with authority
Thanks for
due to
sending
the
that to me,
level of
man.
power and freedom given to the individual. A career as a police officer may be highly desirable for those with
I'll
narcissistic
play
traits.
the Robert Malone video after this premiere.
Is it your policy to identify to members of the public if they ask you?
We don't have a policy
You don't
about
have a
that.
policy in regards to that?
Mm.
Okay. Well, if that in that case, then I mean, obviously, we can get her name anyways. It just makes it harder for us, but we'll get it. Maybe you could just have a conversation with her. We're peaceful people. We're not here to cause a problem. We're literally here for business. We're documenting our interactions so we can create our own record. But maybe you could just have a conversation with her that when a member of the public comes up and we're just requesting information politely, that she could at least engage and look at us, and then just be nice and not saying that we're harassing her. Like we were trying to have a conversation with her the same way we're having with you.
I flipped the script right back on.
Jennifer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Stay right back home.
Good.
All right, guys. So we thought this was going to be a pass. I mean, initially was pretty good, and then the city operator just could not help herself apparently. So, well, I'll let you guys know by the time I publish this video. I'll have all of her information, and we'll let you guys know what happened with it, stuff like that. So, until next time, guys. Love and light.
All right. I don't know if you saw this yesterday. We're going to watch it on Odyssey. He kept the whole thing up on YouTube, which I'm surprised. It's still up, too. So I shouldn't have any problems playing it. Dr. Robert Malone.
We, the citizens of the world, loyal to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, have come together here in Austria to proclaim the following. First, that each human life is sacred, invaluable, and should be respected and honored. Second,
You'll figure it out.
our children are our most valuable treasure, and their childhood and future should be protected.
He actually he's an mRNA scientist. He's been on Rogan a couple times, but he was ostracized when he went against the vaccine. He actually took it. He'll admit to it here. You'll see.
By providing safe haven, education, arts, and other resources to guarantee they will flourish in any endeavor they may choose. Third, our children are also our future and must be cherished and protected. They should not be used as battlefield objects for cultural warfare. Fourth, we need to protect the most vulnerable in our society by supporting wellness and respecting human dignity. Fifth, public debate is profoundly important. It is unacceptable for public health professionals, officials, or governments to censor, silence, or intimidate the public, doctors, medical professionals, or journalists. Sixth, trust cannot be enforced. Public health recommendations should present facts as the basis for guidance and never employ fear or shame to manipulate or force people. 7, trust in public health must be earned, not assumed. Integrity and transparency are essential. 8, freedom of assembly and speech are fundamental human rights. Disrespecting those rights is an affront to human dignity. 9th, the use of psychological operations and mandate strategies and tactics to coerce and compel acceptance of medical products and procedures is a fundamental breach of well-established medical ethics.
Go Sickies.
10th, our bodies, our families, our choice. No medical mandates. During this season of hope and renewal, we stand here in support of goodwill, family, and shared community. We are all connected with these universal truths: the importance of human dignity, integrity, personal sovereignty, and the fundamental rights to assemble, speak freely, and to protect human future generations. Thank you for your time. I hope you'll join us.
I don't know, that sounded like terrorist talk to me. He has a plan, she has a plan, and you get to pay for it regardless. The best way to get someone motivated is to stand for something strongly, deeply, passionately.
Subscribe to Disenthrall.
Do as you're told. Greetings, antivirals. Welcome back to Disenthrall. I'm Patrick Smith. Today's guest, man, the world is full of people that write papers and get them published all day long, but that never actually do anything. Today's guest actually creates, invents, and improves medical technology. Beginning as a farmhand, then computer scientist, he attended UC Davis and got into molecular biology in the early 80s, working with retroviruses and their links to breast cancer. Then AIDS happened and he began working on...
No. He's NCAP. He would not be fighting for Trump.
On vaccine technology. He began studying gene therapy methods using retroviruses, and in 1989 developed a series of technologies to manufacture RNA, structure it, and put it into cells, creating the basis for the RNA platform that these modern vaccines now use. From there, he went on to teach pathology. He started a gene therapy lab. He's been involved in every major outbreak since AIDS, won literally billions of dollars in federal grants and contracts, consults for $100 million contracts for biodefense. He is a speaker, a bioethicist, an author of 100 scientific publications with 12,000 citations and counting. He recently also wrote the new book, Lies My Government Told Me. Sir, Dr. Robert Malone, welcome to the show. How are you?
I'm good. I haven't seen that video since last Christmas. Thanks for showing it.
Oh, it was good, man. It was good, and it really set the stage for the conversation I'm hoping to have today. And I apologize to the viewers. We had some technical issues. We got them worked out. You know how this internet stuff is. It's all good. But I'm really looking forward to this chat, and I want to thank you.
Welcome,
I
Mr.
want to thank
Remote.
my supporters, and I want to thank you for giving us the honor of your time today. I guess I want the theme of the show to be the state of modern medical science. And I kind of want to maybe give a foundation for the discussion by telling my story through the past several years of COVID and how it has undermined not only my faith, but I think the faith of most, just about well, not just about everybody. There's a lot of people, but the faith of many people in the modern medical establishment. Does that sound like a conversation you're interested in having?
Yeah, of course.
Cool. So,
but I got to say, I'm a little distracted by the rolling comments in the upper quadrant.
We can get rid of those. Here, I'll get rid of those. There we go.
Somebody telling you that you should have been shot in the back of the head. That's not not quite the tone that we're seeking, I think, right now.
Tied up in the back of it. I don't know what you're talking about, Kojal. Okay, sorry. Anyway, all right. So my story kind of goes something like this. I'll give you the super short version. My daughter was diagnosed with leukemia. We were well into treatment. She had a completely suppressed immune system. We start getting word about, this super deadly virus in China. Hasn't yet come to the United States yet. And we were asking our oncologist what we should do, and they're like, "Oh, don't worry about it. It's it's not even on the continent yet." And we're learning and reading that it has like an incubation period of 2 weeks, and we're like, "Okay, well, if it really doesn't show symptoms for 2 weeks, then it could very much already be here, and we wouldn't know until it's too late. And our daughter has no immune system. Maybe we should take precautions." And so we were in this weird place, man. My family completely locked down before the virus was even announced in the continent. We basically sealed the house. We started doing all this crazy stuff, like, I don't know, wiping down our groceries when we brought them in the house, and not having contact with a lot of people outside of the house, because we were really worried that this virus might already be here, and it might be as deadly as they say, and we didn't want to take the chance. And so, against the recommendation of our oncologist, we took a lot of early precautions. Then, fast forward a month, the world has gone insane. Our oncologists are screaming, saying you have to be, maximally protected. You need to be ultra safe. You need to do all the stuff that we were doing earlier when they told us not to worry about it. And we were backing up, and we were kind of watching what was unfolding in the world and being like, I'm not sure this is as bad as what they're trying to tell us it is. And we're starting to see sort of the opposite evidence of what's
recognize that right away.
We start kind of relaxing everything that we were doing. And so in both situations, we were trying our best to think for ourselves.
The dude that was spraying his coffee
in the face of medical advice from people that we definitely trusted to make my daughter safe. And it was a really scary, uncomfortable thing to have to do, to sort of not follow the direct medical advice of a medical professional that you're trusting implicitly.
I can't help but ask, how did your daughter?
She's fine. She completed treatment about 6 months ago. She's been cancer-free for a while.
Yeah,
she just completely was kind of, I forgot what they were. She graduated, let's say, from the oncology program, and now she just gets checkups once a year or something like that. So it all ended well. And I didn't mean, I hate bringing up such a dramatic example, but we had more reason, I felt, to actually lock down early on against medical advice. And then I feel like, we had to be extra careful, but we still, we thought for ourselves is the point. And in multiple situations around COVID, we were continually taught the lesson that the advice we're getting from the authorities and the medical establishment keeps seeming to be wrong, and keeps seeming to be more or less and less trustworthy. And now, after 2 years later, I feel like the state is just abysmal. I feel like it's very difficult to know how and when and who to trust. What are your thoughts?
So that is a particularly poignant journey that you've taken in terms of your own personal history, but what you're speaking of really recapitulates what a lot of people have gone through, including myself. Who can we trust in a world in which we've learned that the federal government is directly manipulating everything that we think, hear, and feel?
See if it's on Audible.
That there are that medicine, as I think the title of this in your pre-publication had been about weaponization of medicine. That medicine has been weaponized, it has been perverted by a variety of forces. That's undeniable. The fundamental principles that I was taught, and most of those in my age cohort were taught, have been thrown out the window. Fundamental principles of medical ethics, of respect of the patient, of the importance of informed consent, the sovereignty really of the patient, the focus of the patient on the patient as the individual, as opposed to the public health focus is on the population, not on the individual, and those are often in opposition to. And what you've seen is the rise of the Masters in Public Health, which is a 2-year degree. These people are not necessarily versed in science or medicine, but they get this 2-year degree, and that has become the new norm for managers of the public health enterprise. And what you've experienced is symptomatic of what's happened with the rise both of Master in Public Health as the dominant force in decisions about medical caregiving, together with the rise of corporate medicine as the dominant force. What's taken place here is, I'm generally apolitical, except for over the last 3 years, I've been forced further and further what people call right for a variety of reasons. That's a separate topic, but I've certainly become, as has my wife, much more aware of fundamental principles of, we call it libertarianism. There's a lot of different words we could use, but
it's 137.
But what's my point by trying to position myself as relatively apolitical is that
the front, right in the front, the small building.
This is the consequence of Obamacare.
All right.
Obamacare created certain structures and in general an enormous burden on physicians in terms of paperwork and tracking and information that had to be sent back to the government. It's made it so that physicians, in order for a private practice to comply with Obamacare, they basically have to hire additional personnel and to manage all the paperwork. And the paperwork is very complex.
Anna and I watched this yesterday. She was in the chat. She came up, he does questions at the end, and she came up with an awesome series of questions. You could see the doctor actually enjoyed answering them.
Complex. There's a lot of criteria that you have to meet. And so most physicians have found it the path of least resistance to sell their practices to these large aggregated hospital chain-based practice units or organizations, health maintenance organizations, basically, that now our physicians are no longer really independent. They used to be more like small businessmen. They were relatively independent.
Sorry, I had it going through the earpiece instead of the laptop. It should be better now.
And now they are all, for the most part, employed by these very large aggregates and subjected to a world in which they don't have much latitude anymore in terms of decision making about patient management. And they're given very tight constraints about how the time that they can invest in a patient, and are told basically to follow established protocols. So you had that as a huge tidal wave that's kind of swept through medicine. And a lot of people didn't really recognize the changes associated with that because the system wasn't under particular stress. And then we had this organizational stressor event that, whatever you want to call it. I call it the COVID crisis because I really don't like to call it a pandemic. And just as I don't like to call these products vaccines. So COVID crisis is my personal euphemism for it because it's so much more than just the medical events or the infectious disease events. There's a financial component to this. There's enormous political components to this. There's globalist organizational components to this. There are a variety of subtexts and initiatives that have been attempted to be propagated through society using this particular crisis, exploiting this crisis, however you want to phrase it. And so I prefer to call it COVID crisis. But what you've experienced, I'm sorry, mirrors what many people, only you're a particularly, what you just related to me is unique in your awareness and commitment to original thought, to relying on yourself to process information, which is what I think has to be the new model going forward for all of us, is that we're now living in a world, and in order to really dive into this, we have to start talking about 5th generation warfare. We're living in a world in which your mind is the battleground. There's no distinction between civilian and military. And everything that you see, hear, touch, believe,
or afternoon, I guess. How you doing?
There's a strong attempt to mold and fashion that for a variety of purposes.
Okay.
And those purposes include economic ones, political ones, organizational ones, power and control. There's just a huge laundry list of actors that are employing this new technology through the variety of channels that we now have available.
Okay.
This device being the most notable.
You're social with you too?
But as I put out in a prior essay, just to illustrate the point, Twitter is a weapon. It's not really a business. I think Elon Musk has discovered this. He put out some little meme wherein he said, "I've just paid $52 billion or whatever the number was for a nonprofit company." Twitter is both a weapon and a battleground.
Yes.
And if you can kind of wrap your head around understanding what I mean when I say that about Twitter, then you can, and we have all of the documentation now because of the Twitter files that supports that thesis. Then you can take that and apply it to Facebook, Instagram, all the other social media applications. And then you have to come to terms with the fact that is demonstrably true that through the Trusted News Initiative, the entire corporate media enterprise, CNN, MSNBC, Washington Post, New York Times, LA Times, we can go on, is basically acting as an organ of the state. We used to laugh about Pravda, and we used to feel sorry. I did a rally, just to illustrate the point. I did a rally by Pearl Harbor right at the beginning of this. I did 2 rallies in Hawaii, which are among our largest, surprisingly. But Hawaii was really hammered by the lockdowns. It just destroyed their economy and destroyed people's lives because they were so dependent on tourism. And I made the point, do you remember a time when we all felt sorry for the Chinese people because they were so heavily censored and all information that they were receiving over the internet was carefully crafted and modulated?
Yes.
It is at the Telegraph.
I remember that time. I remember thinking in the press talking about how horrible this was, and that they had
it's right next to the Pulse Collision
had
Center.
no freedom to move, etc. And here we are. We've all accepted this
same building.
in the guise, in the face of fear.
helping me
actively promoted
advertise.
fear and weaponized fear.
No, it's
so
the company that bought
your
Quality
story
Foods.
illustrates is the travels
All right,
of someone
let me print this.
who has maintained their
Up in the
sanity,
system, and we'll see
who
what we
is
can do.
in that, as Huxley put it, 20% of the
that's
population,
where the
Aldous
openings
Huxley,
are, so
in his
we'll
interview
go there,
with
man.
UNC2,
You have boots already,
where
still
he
toast?
talked about propaganda in detail, and he spoke about the fact that 20% of the
They'll give you the
population
hairnet and
is
the beard
easily
net, though.
hypnotized and readily subject to hypnosis,
what?
basically through state
Yeah, you need to have the
propaganda.
white t-shirt.
And 20% is completely resistant to hypnosis and to state-sponsored propaganda. You appear to fall into the 20% that's completely resistant. And there are no known characteristics in psychology of what identifies you and the 20% of the population that you represent.
That's cool.
But they're there. They are there through all kinds of different types of psychological testing.
Did I say 137
different types
instead of
of
317
psychological
on my text?
stressors,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
different types of manipulation efforts. There is consistently
I'm sorry.
about 20% that are really resistant.
Numerical
and then
dyslexia.
20, and then we have
Oh, if they
60%
anything
that
ever
is
opens
kind
up
of
here, I'll
in the
give you a
middle.
shout, though.
Huxley argues that that's actually good for society.
Okay.
He's a
I'm
strict
from
guy, right? The
Belleville
author
originally. I live in
of Brave
Ohio
New
now.
World. Very interesting British intellectual, coming from a really powerful intellectual family that in
moments to get
part
things set
gave
up, and we'll
rise
get you
to what we now know as the UN and the
Yep, every
UN
week.
Charter, which is all about globalism.
No, but the work week doesn't
One of his
end until
brothers
Sunday,
was-
so you
was
get paid the
like one of the
Friday after.
leaders
So if you start tomorrow, your next
of
check
the
will
whole
be, or your first check
globalism
will be next
movement
Friday.
in the 40s and 50s, gave rise to what we're experiencing.
Yeah, we don't hold a check.
So Huxley makes the point that he believes that
Well, the
it's
in-house
good for
people,
society
they
that
get paid every
20% of
2
people
weeks,
can
but
be
you start
so
with
easily
us.
persuaded, and that there's 20% that
You're
resist it. This is probably
impact employee,
evolutionarily
but, it's tough to
adaptive.
hire. Our goal is
But
to
in
get
any
hired in
case,
that.
you're in that 20%. Good work. And I think the only way forward for all of us in a world in which every single thing that we encounter in terms of information is being manipulated for a purpose, the only way to pass through that galaxy of mis, dis, malinformation and manipulation is to do exactly what you did. Get your own information, triangulate reality, think for yourself, and focus on what are your particular self-interests, as opposed to what someone else in some global organization somewhere is imagining is what's best for you, because that's the world that is being promoted here. And we have just had 3 years of a very hard lesson about what globalism and command economy and centralized control is all about.
I'm gonna get you logged in.
We are left in a position where, well, the thing I was saying during the entire COVID crisis was basically that we have to be able to trust our experts, but that doesn't absolve us from the responsibility of choosing the experts that we follow. It always comes down to leading ourselves, whether we abdicate that responsibility blindly or whether we do it, with our eyes as widely open as possible. And medicine, the state of medicine has, go ahead, sorry.
Oh, you just made a cross reference to Eyes Wide Shut. And you keep using the word trust.
Yeah.
I think that's there's these key fundamental words like trust and integrity and dignity that we seem to have assimilated, and then they've been manipulated. What do they mean to us? They've been weaponized. There's a whole bunch of our language that's been weaponized against us now to cause us to think in certain ways. But you refer to the need to trust experts, and I'm sorry, I believe we're now in an environment where you have to approach every single transaction. It's really It's really challenging. If you're a thinking person, you have to approach every information transaction with a certain amount of suspicion.
Mm-hmm.
And you're using the term trust, I think, is super important to kind of think on a lot, because if this environment forces you into a position where you really can't trust anyone. But if you can't trust anyone, you can never form social bonds, because if you want to receive trust, you have to give trust. And so all of us are now forced into becoming islands. We are, that no man is an island, right, is the saying, but we are all forced into a position of becoming islands of necessity, because our ability to trust has been so deeply compromised. And there are those in this area that think about anti-vaxxer or whatever, that are very prominent, that I don't want to name, so I'm avoiding doing that. Suddenly my bandwidth is going to hell, it looks like. Okay. But thank you, Elon Musk and Starlink. So there are those that say that you have to approach every person in this space as if they're controlled opposition. And you have to convince yourself each time that they're not controlled opposition. It's kind of a contrarian way of looking at things. And the problem, if you approach the world like that, we all become completely fragmented. We can never form social bonds. We can never form groups. We can never form associations. And so because we're fragmented down to the level of the individual, this is a perfect opportunity for those who seek power and control populations to have their way with us.
I'm connected to that computer,
and we're left in an environment where
I'm going to click log in here because it's a temporary password.
Very difficult to know how to proceed. As an example, not to riff too long, but I get these contacts from people who want answers to the question about what they should do for their child's vaccine schedule. And and this is useful to illustrate. We've all been told that the experts have had this series of meetings and this series of findings and investigations, and they've determined what's best for your child. In terms, and this what's best for your child, just to illustrate, means that before your child leaves the bloody hospital, they have to take a hepatitis B vaccine to keep them protected from a sexually transmitted and bloodborne virus. Okay, how twisted is that? So that's just one illustration. We can go down that whole rabbit hole, but in the morning. So then the poor parent who's in the midst of some of the hardest challenges in their life,
1 minute,
they have this newborn, and all the burden, especially the first-time parent, and they're facing this enormous challenge, and they're told, just do this by all these authority figures surrounding them. This is absolutely what you have to do for your child. And if they decide that they want to do what you did, of taking personal responsibility for the decision, thinking for themselves, investigating the data themselves, they face a daunting landscape of decisions with no medical training, no training in vaccinology.
Scan it real quick, give it right back to you.
And yet a demonstrable failure of the approved authorities to do their job to ensure and protect your child. I mean, it is
up to it, including like CPS getting involved and you losing your children if you resist on the wrong medical treatment when you're in the hospital giving birth. Like there's in some states there's serious repercussion.
Yeah, and in some nation states like New Zealand, they'll take your child away. My heart goes out to you. I'm so glad that my two boys our two boys are, wedded and trained and graduated and employed, and they have their houses and all that stuff. And they don't rely on us to make any. Matter of fact, if we tried to make a decision for them, I know exactly the virtual hand gesture I would get. My heart goes out to you. It is a tough time to be a parent. It's not just this, of course, the whole medical side. It's what the heck is going on in the schools. It's this new religion of transgender that is being so actively promoted for all the best reasons, of course, for freedom and tolerance and open society and all the best reasons. The saying the road to hell is paved with good intentions seems to embody our government at the moment. For those of us that are thinking people, as we look out on the landscape of what our government is doing and what is being done at the super governmental level, at the UN and the WHO and the World Economic Forum and the G20, and we can go on, down the rabbit hole to the Bilderberg Foundation and the Bank of International Settlements, if we want to go there. But we're faced with a landscape in which nobody seems to have our best interest in mind, and everybody seems to want to tell us what to do, and we can prove that what they're telling us is demonstrably wrong, just as you did with your anecdote. Now I'll shut up for now.
Let me do it.
No, it's totally fine. People aren't here to hear what I have to say. I do that every day on this channel.
We're moving upstairs.
The first half of this chat, I wanted to kind of get a feel for what you recommend we do. So every single thing that the government gets involved in becomes worse, becomes corrupted, becomes untrustworthy, and just its credibility, goes in the tank. And I mean, even the roads, like the government's involved in the roads, we have terrible roads. The government's involved in to the degree government is involved in
bloody airports. I had a chance to go to Turkey this year, and Istanbul Airport is the best airport in the world. It's fantastic.
Really?
It is state of the art. Of course, guess who built it?
Private company.
Wrong. China.
Oh. Why is it the best in the world?
It is. It's just absolutely brilliant. It is massive. It is modern. It is clean as a whistle. Everything works smoothly. It is a sight to behold. And then you come back in.
Oh, you did it as an application.
I fly to Dulles Airport, which is the nation's capital, and they spend a lot on trying to keep that nice. I immediately come into massively long lines going through customs, all kinds of inefficiency. And if you come in through, say, O'Hare or LAX or Boston, or really even LaGuardia, the standards in those airports are basically emerging economy. A lot of the what we used to call third world nations have airports that are very similar. They're not much better than Mexico City, which I've also had to fly into a lot lately.
I just flew out of Mexico City back into DFW, and I experienced a lot of this, a lot of the terrible stuff too. And so what's happened is the government has year after year after year sunk its claws farther and farther into the medical science, the medical industry.
You already used
insurance to
that's your password clue.
Care providers.
Yeah, just update your
one by one.
All in our best interest.
And and one by one, all of these institutions have become corrupted and untrustworthy, and we are now left in a system where, in my opinion, the entire industry is just on the verge of just being like, if you hear them recommend something, you do the opposite. Now, I know that that's not true. I know that there's still a lot of good people, a lot of very smart people trying to make people better, and so it's not yet at a situation where it's completely a lost cause. but that leaves us as laymen. Look, like what you're saying, we can't be islands. We can't be like this platonic polyglot that just learns every possible field all the time.
To phrase it one way, the social contract has been rendered. It is torn into little shreds. The idea that we are contributing to a society through so many different ways, not just through our taxes, because it's in our interest for the common good, and we get back from that a variety of things. The basis of which has to do with Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We need to reach our own ability for self-fulfillment. And in order to do that, we have to solve the problems of food, housing, security, all those things, the things that we believed we were investing in with government and the state. And instead, what we seem to have is this parasitic class that just does not give a flying fart about what our interests are. They're all caught up in their own power games, and they're in advancing their personal interests, so it seems, or the interests of those that are sponsoring them for their office. And the likes of you and I are irrelevant. What we think, what we believe, what we need is secondary.
Then just put an emergency number there. If you don't have one, just put your
global
number down again.
games that are going on that have nothing to do with our lives and our children.
So what do we do? How do we make those? Maybe if we're going to be islands, then we at least need to try and find ways to make alliances with the people that are the best of the other islands out there. And so if we have,
I agree. So in the face of this horrible choice that we confront, what are our options?
Okay, we're not going to do this.
And this was the hardest. Not to pump the book, not to
no, you're fine.
Not to grift, but
check the box of things that you have.
Here we go with some grifting.
No, this is not grifting. This is important, and I want to talk about it too. So, but go ahead.
The subtext and the better future coming was the hardest part of this darn thing to write. And yet, Tony Lyons, Skyhorse Publishing, had suggested the title, and we got around that and basically wrote the book to the title. But I thought the main title was so grim, as many of the titles for his books are. For instance, The Real Anthony Fauci is one of his. I insisted that we put a tagline in there that showed some hope and optimism. And then I had to write the chapters about that hope and optimism. Careful what you wish for. And I've had the benefit, I guess, of traveling a lot, like a stupid amount, like over 400,000 miles on commercial air last year.
Wow.
And mostly Europe and North America, and meeting a lot of people from all walks of life, people that would come to major conferences that I go to, like the one in Rome. And again and again and again, what I heard was a growing belief and endorsement in the concept of building a world based not on centralization, but on decentralization, and how to go about doing that. And this gets to the, there's a variety of phrases that people use when they talk about developing a decentralized world. One of them is intentional communities.
Mm-hmm.
And intentional communities are basically what you just described. If we are little libertarian islands of truth and personal sovereignty and autonomy operating in a sea of crazy, that somehow we have to find ways forward because we can no longer rely on the surrounding system. for a variety of reasons,
Robert.
because we've learned that it's been compromised. How do we do that? What are the historic examples? What are the metaphors that we can use? What have other people learned and done? What are the problems that you have to solve in order to do that? And a lot of that, you know, I don't know if you noticed, if you ever follow my Substack, who is Robert Malone. And some people many people seem to not get it about that.
Let me see where you're at. Just give me a second.
Naming,
Juggling three
which goes to the famous phrase from Atlas Shrugged, who is John Galt. And it's I guess, a little arrogant to draw a parallel between myself and the character of John Galt, but that's essentially what I'm doing, to be honest.
My two youngest children's names are Atlas and Dagny. So if we're talking about arrogance,
hold on.
Yeah, a girl. Yeah. So you get it, and I guess you've been contaminated with those ideas too.
I have.
And there was a period in my life where I really had a existential crisis, trying to come to terms with my personal journey through science and my disillusionment with what I experienced, in which I burned through all the Ayn Rand books as part of my personal journey to try to make sense of the world.
How long ago was that for you?
Oh, it must be 20 years.
Okay.
Give or take.
So 90s?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
It's all a blur. Yes, it would have been the 90s.
I was just trying to put it in because I familiarized myself with your story in preparation for this interview, and so I was trying to place that. So you were in the 80s. You were working on you were learning. You were working on, I guess, the AIDS pandemic.
Yeah, and the big kind of philosophical book for me that helps, two of them during that period in the late 70s and early 80s that structured how I approach the world is the Carlos Castaneda series, like Journey to Ixtlan, and The Structure of Scientific Revolutions, which is a seminal work that gave rise to what we refer to as things like
here, let me help you. Hold on.
These breakthroughs, scientific transition periods, paradigm shifts is the phrase I'm looking for. Paradigm shifts comes from such structure as scientific revolutions. So that was the kind of the dominant philosophical in my mind in the 70s and 80s, and then the 90s it was processing what Ayn Rand was trying to teach. In making sense out of that. And I've always been a big fan of Frank Lloyd Wright. And so that book really sung to my heart. But Atlas Shrugged, obviously getting back on track, speaks of Galt's Gulch, among other things. In many ways, Atlas Shrugged is a classic tale of the hero's journey with John Galt going all the way to being tortured by the bureaucrats, as you'll recall. I got to say that having incorporated the structure of that book into my worldview, I actually expected that I would receive the kind of harassment that I in the corporate media and otherwise that I've received. I fully expected it to happen because of the metaphor of what the story of John Galt, which is prototypic. So John Galt, that metaphor of Galt's Gulch speaks of an intentional community. A monastery is an intentional community. An Amish or Mennonite community is an intentional community. A nunnery is an intentional community. A co-op is an intentional community going back to the 60s and 70s, right? And we all know the downside of that in terms of cult behavior and a lot of the things that can come with such small, isolated communities. There is no perfect solution. One of the key problems with creating a world in which we are basically a set of larger aggregated islands of individuals is all of the classic challenges having to do with trade and information. And how do you create a networked world of intentional autonomous communities without reaching for the internet? There's a number of big thinkers that are working on this stuff, and greater IQs than I have.
Check these boxes for you. Just
Trying
read
to
through this real quick and
kind of
click next,
process
okay?
this. But one of the key things in this world is what do you do for trade when you exceed the capacity by the size of your community or the technological sophistication or whatever, that you cannot barter, where you're forced into a token that you can exchange. I'm using that word carefully, and I suspect, being who you are, you have some touch points with the crypto community.
I do, yes.
And yeah, so how do we solve that? It's hard. The best solution I've heard, best solution sets are coming from these revolutionaries that are at the front edge of the crypto community and blockchain. But blockchain requires that we have the web. And the web is increasingly a hostile environment. And so then we end up with all the discussions of Web 3 or Web 4, or how do we tunnel through the existing web, all that stuff. There's a lot of really hard things that have to be solved in order to create a world of interlinked intentional communities. But and one of the things that I find most challenging about it is trying to envision a world that has never existed is just a wicked hard problem. In one illustration of this I love to use is think about let's imagine we have a web-based solution that's kind of a Web3 decentralized solution in which we don't have cloud servers, but we have information stored on a bunch of different hubs in a redundant way, much like the blockchain. Okay, so if we choose this kind of solution for how we archive information, and it's all tagged with blockchain identifiers, et cetera, we go down that, we end up in a world in which each of us as nodes is storing some component of that global information database in a redundant fashion for rapid retrieval. And somebody in that matrix, just to illustrate the point, to take a really extreme example, somebody in that matrix is going to be a fan of pediatric snuff films. You know what I'm talking about, okay? Just as the most ugly possible example of something that could get stored on your computer, okay? Somebody in that matrix is going to want to store pediatric snuff films. And we can all agree that we don't want to have anything to do with pediatric snuff films stored on our computers. So then what happens? Oh, we've got to have censorship. We've got to have somebody deciding who can access and who can't access. And the history of human beings is that as soon as that camel's nose gets under the tent, the whole bloody camel is under the tent, and we're right back to where we are. And so when I pose this as a kind of a didactic device in communication with people, being Socratic, trying to get them to think, often the reflexive response is, oh, we should set up a think tank. We should get a bunch of experts and set up a think tank. And I'm like, yeah, okay, loop back, right back where we started. It is wicked hard to figure out how to move forward to a better future.
I was chief technology officer for a social media startup called Float. And one of the first things that I got involved with when I joined Float was to really get everyone in the company to rigorously try and come up with house rules for the site. Where exactly is this bright black and white line between what we will keep paying to keep the servers on to host and what we will not allow? And it is most people don't think about it, but it is an incredibly difficult gray job. It is very offensive, and terrible content is entirely subjective. And to try and navigate a line through that as to exactly what you're going to allow and not allow, and to not have people, push the boundaries constantly, and to try and be an actual free speech platform is non-trivial, very, very non-trivial. And where was I going?
Yeah, I think Substack is encountering that.
Really? Okay.
Yeah.
Who owns Substack? Do we know?
It's apparently a group. It's still apparently privately held by a smaller group in San Francisco, and they are
that's
San Francisco liberals.
That's a red flag. Literally.
No, I no. Substack is the best of the bad situation, and it is absolutely a risk. All of these, as you know, if you've been in that business, the drivers are that BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street is going to swoop in with their money, and the founders are going to say, I can buy a Ferrari and a really nice place down in Cabo and get away from all this stuff that I'm just so tired of dealing with. All I got to do is sign on the dotted line. And so they sign.
Yep.
And then you have the globalists in charge. And it happens again and again and again. And it's the whole ecosystem here.
One downtown.
Yeah, so how do we get out of it is really going to take some hard thinking. And yet I feel in my soul, and I think many of us do, that there is a horizon out there, and I don't want to sound too mystical, yet I am. It's like a fog on the horizon. There is a potential future for humanity in which we fulfill our potential as a species. That is, we're very constrained in what we can do and what we can create right now through a variety of different forces. But those of us that are gray-haired enough to have experienced the early internet, remember those times when things were wide open and innovation just happened like crazy. This is one of the things about structure of scientific revolutions. When you have a paradigm shift, suddenly the world opens up for the people that are early adopters.
Let me just
Suddenly the horizons just blow wide open and creativity explodes. And
you're typing too.
how
Let me do it.
How could you imagine?
Okay, it's just
the
touchy. That's why that's the only reason why I even
occurring in the 2000s.
So
There's
weird.
no way in hell that could have happened.
Right.
We're just torn asunder in terms of acting as a society and acting collectively for the common good, and seeking to achieve great objectives. Human beings have amazing power if they are able to overcome their amazing ability to screw things up and to squabble with each other. All of the dynamics of power and prestige and envy and jealousy and all that stuff just totally limit our potential. And I don't know how we get from here to there. How do we get to a world in which we respect each other? And the only thing I can come up with, and I didn't come up with it, it's just I'm learning from better minds than mine. Just to illustrate, George Orwell, in one of the early volumes of 1984, wrote a prologue in which he predicted that eventually we were all going to end up in a medically controlled totalitarian state, that we were all going to be anesthetized in the way that many of our young men now are with Ritalin, just to put a pin on it.
Mm-hmm. I think I hope you'll come back on the show again in the future, because there's so many different things that we could talk about. My mind is just going in 5 different directions. I want to, first of all, last call for questions from the audience. If you have a question for Dr. Malone, get them in now. We'll have a few minutes for that here in a second. I wanted to really quickly point out, when I first saw the cover of your book, Lies My Government Told Me, it immediately reminded me of the book that cracked my sort of worldview and made me start really questioning the government. Because, first of all, the cover looks very similar, black, white, and red, but it's by Judge Napolitano.
Oh, fascinating.
I would definitely recommend that you read this book. It's older now, but he goes chapter by chapter, all the ways in which government gets involved with an industry, corrupts it, declares what is true, turns out the government's wrong, and the people that called out the government and the establishment for being wrong suffered consequences. And that is the story of what we've been living for the past 3 years. And so definitely check out Dr. Malone's book. There's a link to the Amazon page to buy it in the comments of this live stream. So definitely check that out. I also recommend Judge Napolitano's book, It's Dangerous to Be Right When the Government's Wrong. And then the last book that came to mind when you were just talking about sort of decentralized islands was a book that I read on this channel as sort of like an audiobook with commentary called More Equal Animals. And that's a reference to Animal Farm. It's by the guy that created Ethereum, the cryptocurrency processing network.
Yep.
And it's him laying out an idea for a multi-layered society.
Sorry, Robert, I'm trying to get this fixed. This printer just died on me. I'm trying to get it.
Anyway, those are some books that came to mind. I'm very much looking forward to reading yours. Okay, so man, I think we're kind of running out of time here. So I will hopefully, I'll invite you back maybe in the future and we can go over some of the other stuff. But let's do some audience questions. Anna asks, what was your original research goal in mRNA research? What's the danger of the COVID vaccine that people who have taken it should be worried about? And are there any treatments that you know of?
Okay, so we'll extend this for another 3 hours.
Oh, problem solved. I was worried about your time. So if you're good, then let's go.
I'm just talking about the scope of the question.
Oh, okay.
The original purpose. I have actually done 4-hour podcasts. They are a little challenging. Eventually, one has to have a bathroom.
Yeah.
But especially when one gets to a certain age. The answer to your viewers' questions, I'll try to be succinct. The original intent was to find
you're just claiming yourself,
ways to ask rigorous questions using reverse genetics about how RNA is assembled into a retrovirus.
On this one, you're not new, so you don't have to.
Very esoteric.
Just you.
Had to do with retroviruses being the leading technology for gene therapy at the time, which I believed in. I was a true believer in the idea that we could cure
you can move over to the gray table and
errors of
swap out
metabolism,
with,
genetic disease in children. And the leading technology at the time was based on retroviruses. And the problem was retroviruses, making large quantities of them was a real challenge. We didn't really know how they assembled well, and I was trying to ask that question. What are the toxicities of these vaccines? They fall into multiple categories. I was really resoundingly fact-checked by people that are scientifically illiterate. Yeah, that's me digging at those fact-checkers. Because I said that spike is a toxin. But I think that there's worldwide consensus now that spike is a toxin. It does a bunch of things.
I just did get approval from
barrier. It appears to be directly toxic to cardiac cells. It triggers coagulation. It alters fluid balance. We go on and on. Spike is one of the things that's toxic here, and through those various pathways, the lipid nanoplexes themselves appear to be toxic. And the modified RNA, which is different from what I had proposed, is pseudo-RNA that has pseudouridine all the way through it, also has its own toxicities, which includes immunosuppression, which is the whole reason why pseudouridine was used. And immunosuppression is a knife that cuts both ways. it's good if you're trying to keep the inflammatory response to the gene delivery preparation down. It's bad if you're suppressing somebody's immune response and they're having reactivation of cancers or latent DNA viruses. Let's see, what was the third question she asked?
Are there any treatments, I guess, for people that have been vaccinated?
Treatment is really important. Okay, so thanks for letting me say this. I am vaccine damaged. Yes, I took Moderna ×2. I will not take the jab again. It would kill me. I almost died from Moderna #2. I got one of the bad batches. I developed hypertension to 230 and a bunch of other symptoms that we now know are common. But as I was in the first wave of vaccine recipients, I didn't know, and none of us knew about all these adverse events. So forgive me for being stupid and trusting my colleagues. That's my personal journey. I have had both long COVID. I was in the first wave of infections in Boston at the end of February 2020. So I got the original strain, and then I've had 2 or 3 infections since.
That can't be true because you've been vaccinated, right?
Well, obviously that's bullshit. So
sorry.
Yeah, that's Tony Fauci. I have from the post-vaccination syndrome plus my long COVID, and I recently completed the FLCCC recovery protocol that Paul Merrick and Pierre Corey have worked so hard on.
I don't know why.
Which includes a variety of drugs under medical supervision. And I've supplemented that with some other agents. And the physicians that I work with, because I don't treat patients, I do clinical research and I'm licensed, but I don't treat patients. But the docs who are frontline treating COVID all the time now that I'm associated with are also working on drug combinations that are treating some of the central nervous system damage that seems to be happening, that some of you may recall was acknowledged by the representative from Pfizer that Project Veritas caught on film, in which he said that Moderna, that Pfizer believes that there's damage being done to the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal gonadal axis, which is to say your endocrine system.
I mean,
and that does seem to be the case in many people. They're having all kinds of weird endocrine imbalance problems, chronic inflammatory states, pre-diabetes, and obviously the reproductive consequences, particularly in women, in terms of their menstruation. That's just a very obvious one. And so there are physicians that are building protocols to treat those things, but basically, the only way to, this is a systemic inflammatory multi-system disease, and you've got to find a doc who is willing to work closely with you to mitigate the symptoms that you personally are experiencing. And some of these are really, really hard. There are things that are coming out now with the post-vaccination syndrome that are very complex medically to manage. And some of the best docs in the world are really challenged in managing some of these things. And but there's hope. And I have a lot more energy now personally in stamina, having completed that protocol, which did involve ivermectin. All I can suggest to you, all of you who happen to be vaccine damaged or have long COVID, they're indistinguishable, really, except maybe the vaccine damage is worse. There's hope. And you need to find a doc that is willing to work with you and is open-minded enough. This is like overcoming alcoholism. First, you got to find a doc that is willing to acknowledge that they have a problem and that you have a problem. I don't mean to laugh about your situation. It's actually
whatever
very
your
perplexing
availability is.
to find a doctor that will not
the rest of
resort
this
to calling you
in.
Someone who's suffering from a psychological personality disorder, as opposed to recognizing that your symptoms are real. because that's what happens. They again and again, people are told that they're imagining this, that they're psychotic. Women over the menstruation problems were told that they were hysterical, which is just adding salt to the wound.
Historically, that's an interesting word to use too.
Yep.
Okay, sorry. Were you done? I didn't want to interrupt.
No, go. I've done my diatribe on the vaccine damaged and the prospects for treatment.
Okay, last two questions. Aaron Jones asks, how do you define an island or community? What makes a community? HOA, city, town, etc. Well, like what's in your mind? What is one of these islands that we need to form look like?
I think they're self-defined, and for those of us that live a more rural existence by choice, it's often defined geographically, and it can often be defined based on shared interests. So this is my sense is that the way forward is that we find individuals who share enough of our values and our interests that we find it useful to work with them, to cooperate with them. If you're a Mennonite or Amish community, or if you're a Baptist, you may find that your church becomes your hub and is the nexus through which your community flows. Or it could be that you are a auto and you assemble your community around those who share your values in terms of decentralized currency, which is certainly a core parameter. It could be that you have a community based on philosophical alignment that you experience in a city, or a shared commitment to a diet or a lifestyle. As I mentioned at the start, the problem is a lot of these things can easily lead to cults and cult behavior, and that's one of the tensions. All of these things are a trade-off. So that's the best I can do in terms of defining an intentional community. Is it's basically in the eye of the beholder, or in the living of it, of the community member. And many of the ones that I have seen that have succeeded and persisted through this COVID crisis and have been the most resistant to the propaganda and manipulations have been communities of faith. So many of us have come through this with including myself and my wife, with a renewed sense of the role of faith in finding a way through the world and living your life and living an ethical life. And that's our choice. It's not necessarily your choice, but it's a choice that many, many people seem to find adaptive, let's say, in this world that we're living in.
Fallstar asks, what do you think about, and I'm going to get this wrong, N-acetylcysteine?
N-acetylcysteine. Yeah. So N-acetylcysteine is an interesting agent, and it's another one of these that can be part of an armamentarium around the anti-inflammatory problems that many of us, or the chronic inflammation that many of us are experiencing. There are many, many agents that have activities that touch on different aspects of this. And that's why I caution, even for myself, okay, I'm a medical scientist, I'm a licensed physician, and I go to another doc. There's a saying in the medical field that the physician that treats himself and his family has fools for patients. I think that applies all the way down to all of us. Be cautious about all the marketing that you're subjected to around nutritional supplements. They're because of the holes that exist in the FDA regulations. There is a open marketplace for nutraceuticals and nutritional supplements, and a lot of money can be made there. The Zelenko group made literally tens of millions in profits on selling Zelenko's vitamins. And I'm not, Zev used to treat me as a mentor, and I have the greatest respect for Zev Zelenko, and I respect his memory, but I don't endorse high-priced, overpriced nutritional supplements. So just, buyer beware in that whole domain of anti-inflammatories, home remedies, and nutritional supplements. I'm not saying that ivermectin is bad. We have on the other side all of these incentives for pharma to keep you from getting access to those things. So, for instance, I take berberine. Berberine has some amazing anti-inflammatory and anti-hyperglycemic properties. It's a natural product. I take it, but I take it under supervision of this independent physician that I have, and I get my blood work done. You want to make sure, here's another one that you can do for every single one listening, okay? Get your bloody vitamin D levels checked. Okay, guys, do it. If you go to the physician and they say, I'm not going to allow you to take a vitamin D level, tell them to go pound sand and go find another doc. Get your vitamin D levels. You got to take vitamin D together with K2, and you don't want to overdose it. So what you want to do is go get your blood levels checked. It's cheap. It's easily done. It's just a blood draw. And if you have adequate levels of vitamin D in your circulation, some people have absorption problems. It depends on your status of your gut, your body weight, all kinds of stuff. But if you have adequate levels of vitamin D, you're almost completely protected from hospitalization from any respiratory virus. It's the easiest thing you can do.
Right. Good advice. Okay. So somebody asked a question in the comments. They wanted me to relate my personal views on vaccines and if those views have changed over the past few years. And normally I would be like, look, we're here to talk to Dr. Malone, not about myself. But considering we have Dr. Malone here, I thought it might be a good idea to broach that topic, but only if we have the benefit of, I don't know, maybe 15 more minutes of your time. I don't want to push you. If that's...
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. So my background went from non-thinking, right? So I was raised and vaccinated as per the normal vaccine schedule for my age generation by my parents. And then when I had my oldest daughter, who's in her early 20s now, we again just did what our parents did and followed the doctor's recommendations, and she got all the vaccines. And so again, I was still in that unthinking place. And then at some point, my worldview sort of cracked, and I started actually questioning the things that were happening around me and the institutions that were in power. And I started evaluating on a case-by-case basis the vaccines. So when people ask me if I'm anti-vax, I don't think so. I think I try and evaluate each one on its own merits and against my risk profile for whatever it's supposed to protect against. So if it's a newborn, if it's my newborn daughter and it's a hepatitis B vaccine for an STD, well, that's kind of a low risk profile. And so even if the vaccine has a low risk of some kind of side effect,
it doesn't, by the way.
Okay, I would still probably say, no, that's cool. I don't think we're at risk for an STD for my newborn. So we'll pass on that one. And if we have another vaccine against something that is a big risk or is a danger, I'm going to check out its risk profile. But here's the problem that we laymen run into, and I'm talking to my audience now, and you can hopefully shed wisdom on this, is that evaluating studies is not something a layman can do proficiently.
So the two dependents are children?
Like you have to understand.
It's not something the bloody press can do. They all pretend that they understand what a peer-reviewed study is and they understand science, and they are completely ignorant and almost always give the wrong answer.
And you're not.
And so we're left in this place.
Can I jump in on this a little bit?
Yeah, of course.
So I'd like to
yeah,
share
why you're here.
things. So first off, you defined yourself as not an anti-vaxxer.
I wouldn't label myself that.
No, stop. I want to make a point.
Direct deposit. You want to use one of the
when the
pay cards?
government told you that you're mandated to take a
Jeremiah,
COVID
do
vaccine,
you have your own
now
direct
that
deposit, or do you want to use the
for
card?
instance, your child is mandated.
That's fine.
If your child was in
Rob,
Head Start, they're mandated to take a COVID vaccine. Are you okay with that?
You've had to do this, but that's your handbook.
They can go fuck their entire selves.
Right now, they're just
absolutely not okay with
Here's
that.
my point. Okay, I agree with you. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a fundamental breach of bioethics, by the way, going back to the Nuremberg courts.
I agree.
And the health agreement and everything else. What they've done here is obscene. But and there's the giving ice cream cones to kids and the California laws about allowing people down to age 14 or 16 to give their own permission and bypass their parents, all that stuff. They have redefined the term anti-vaxxer to include anybody who is not okay with vaccine mandates.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, by the current definition in Webster's, you are an anti-vaxxer, and you might as well own the damn label.
Yeah,
and what they've done is they have defined a plurality or majority of Americans, since we're mostly American audience, as anti-vaxxers by changing the meaning of the word.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I don't think what's the consequence of that now is that the term anti-vaxxer has lost its potency.
Mm-hmm.
A large fraction, if not the majority of Americans, if polled, will identify themselves as anti-vaxxers, particularly if they're given that definition. Okay, so now they got to come up with something worse than an anti-vaxxer if they want to delegitimize you. And so now what they're trying to do is make a word association that all anti-vaxxers are neo-Nazis and anti-Semites.
Sure.
So that's the new weaponized language is anti-vaxxer is not sufficiently potent. You're now, and as they have tried to label me as an anti-Semite, and that's a whole nother thing.
This is how they get power. They label somebody with a nasty word until that word's definition becomes so amorphous that it loses all power, like racism, for example, or calling somebody a Nazi. If somebody calls me a Nazi at this point, it's like, what does that even mean? They're actively destroying language in pursuit of power.
Okay, that's my first point. For the lay person, as well as the professional with an open mind, including a medical care provider. There's a fantastic book that was written by some Israeli scientists, and they're so scared of what they wrote and the potential blowback that they are anonymous authors. And the book is called Turtles All the Way Down. And you want to search Amazon Turtles All the Way Down and vaccines. I know I hate giving all my money to Jeff Bezos too, but it is what it is. You can find it on Amazon, and then you can buy it from your favorite used bookstore or whatever you want to do. Go on Etsy, find it or whatever. But Turtles All the Way Down is an amazing journey through vaccine science. And for those that are like you and question the world and wish to comprehend, you will find that book is super helpful to help support you working through those decisions that you are grappling with. And I completely empathize. It's interesting that I used that example early on in our discussion because it's so close to home for you. Mm-hmm. You've done exactly that. And the problem that you face, and all of you in the audience, all parents, particularly new parents, face, is if you accept the burden of being a sovereign individual, I'm choosing my words intentionally, you accept the burden of sovereignty and personal liberty, which is absolutely a burden. It is wicked hard to live as an autonomous, sovereign individual. Because psychologically, you have to be prepared for the setbacks, and you can't blame the government.
Mm-hmm.
If you have that, life has setbacks, stuff happens, you break bones, you break teeth, you run the chainsaw into your thigh. Yes, I did that.
and stuff happens. And you make bad economic decisions. You buy the farm in North Georgia just before 2008, and you lose everything. You know, things happen. And if you live autonomously like that, you have to deal with the consequences. And if you choose to accept the burden of making the decisions about this prophylactic medical care for your children, the vaccines, you face the prospect that either way, either decision that you made, if you said take the vaccine or don't take the vaccine, there could be consequences. You or your wife or your child might be the 1 in the 10,000 that develop whatever the syndrome is. You know, I don't want to blow up bombs here, but has that significant adverse event. Or if you choose not to take it, or have your child take it, your child may develop, say, whooping cough. Okay, or they might develop mumps and become reproductively compromised. Your young son, that could happen if you decide not to take the MMR vaccine. And so either way, you have to be prepared for a future in which you may have to live with your decisions, and that is the burden of being a sovereign individual. And the other alternative is to say, I'm going to concede my personal sovereignty about these decisions to a bureaucracy and to trust the experts as they wish to tell us to do. And that's a viable decision. You can do that, and you can have a gradient of those kinds of decisions. All of us face it. You know, you could have the decision, hell no, I'm not going to pay my income tax. I'm going to live on Ruby Ridge, and if they come for me, they're going to get lead. Okay, that's your decision, and you may end up in a smoking ruin if you do that, but it'll be your smoking ruin. That's the problem with living this life of freedom, is there are always consequences, and you can't know beforehand what they are. And so that's the problem with this whole vaccine situation, is it's really easy for the young parent, in the face of all the problems that they face as a young parent, to just go along with what they're told. What we know is that there is a massive wave of autism and other events happening to our children. There are studies which suggest that unvaccinated children have higher IQs. There are in the modern world in which we have good sanitation. I'm not saying living in the barrios of Pernambuco, Brazil, with open sewers, but in the modern world in which we have septic systems and good water sanitation, most of these diseases are actually not a major risk. And the risk is overblown, overstated. Polio, the incidence of polio crashed before the vaccines, just to put a pin in that one. So it's really wicked complex. And it basically comes down to whether you, the parent, how much risk can you tolerate? And where are those lines? And whooping cough is one that's hard to make a decision about. Hepatitis B is pretty easy. Hepatitis B is actually a pretty nasty vaccine. Yellow fever vaccine illustrates the point. Yellow fever vaccine is a live attenuated yellow fever virus, and it is an ugly, nasty vaccine. And if you take too many doses of it, it will kill you. Okay. And if you are going into the jungle of the Amazon, and you're going into areas with endemic yellow fever, you're probably going to want to take that vaccine. Another example is Ebola. All right. The Merck Ebola vaccine, which I worked on directly, I got it sold to Merck. I have intimate knowledge of it, is a nasty vaccine. You feel like you've been beaten up with a baseball bat. Your joints hurt. You feel like hell. And if you are in an environment in which Ebola is circulating, you will run to the doctor to get that nasty vaccine. And that's just it illustrates the point. It's a risk-benefit ratio. And back in the day with smallpox, it was well known that a significant number of young soldiers were killed with the smallpox vaccine or developed myocarditis. And yet they still did it because the risks of smallpox were sufficient that it was judged to be worthwhile. And most people were glad to take the smallpox vaccine. I got the smallpox vaccine, old enough. But today, with no smallpox, taking the smallpox vaccine would be
You have to wear a hairnet even
Dick
if you're
Cheney
bald.
started forcing all of the first
Yeah, 'cause
responders to take the
get dandruff.
smallpox vaccine after the anthrax
the
attacks,
material data sheets.
because he thought Hussein or whoever the bad guys were going to hit us with smallpox.
That's where they are in most places, but here
And,
they're in the break room, so you have access.
And
to it.
suddenly the first responders started breaking out with myocarditis. And it was really clear that the risk benefit ratio was upside down for smallpox vaccine. They stopped doing it. So I don't know if that's wisdom. It's just the school of hard knocks, and it's the hard reality.
You have to be trained before you can clean up any blood.
There are no right answers here. And what this gets to the breakdown of
As long as I
society.
go over it with you, it doesn't matter.
In a just and proper society,
locker,
we
either.
would have
There's
a
no
public
break.
health service that would address these questions of the safety of the current multi-jab regimen for children. And they would rigorously address these things, and they would find a way to use placebo controls and not do the games that are described in Turtles All the Way Down, that leads us so that we really don't know what the safety is of any of these products.
I think,
and that's the problem. Is the CDC and the FDA have been captured by the bloody vaccine industry, and so we're faced with this insurmountable challenge as parents.
I think this is my outsider opinion. I think the only way we ever restore trust and credibility to the medical industry is a complete separation of government and medicine. Like the power of government corrupts absolutely everything it touches, and it erodes the trust in everything because there's so many conflicts of interest. We've had a lot of doctors like Fauci, in my opinion, as an outsider. I'm just
Good to see you again.
This is what I suspect. Like you have doctors gaining so much clout and popularity and power and social power and social currency around this pandemic that happened, and a lot of that was fueled by government influence and power. Like we can stand in front of a large group of people in our white coats, now backed by the power and money of government credibility, and start telling people how they should live their lives. That's got to be at least a little bit addictive as a drug for these doctors and for these medical professionals. I don't think you can ever separate the power of government from that. And so the only real answer, like if somebody asked me, Patrick, what would it take to make you trust your doctors and medical science again? It would be like, get government completely away from it. That way they have to stand on their own credibility and they have to suffer the consequences of their own recommendations instead of being protected from it constantly.
Okay, so let me give you a counterpoint, because the problem with unregulated medicine is charlatans,
yes,
and predators,
and
there are predators out there. There's grifters in every profession. And
my confidence isn't high, but
so
I'm always willing to give folks a chance.
Our founders, I think, for those of us that are awake and looking about, many of us have come to appreciate the wisdom of the founders of the United States in ways that we may not have appreciated them before.
10:30 to 6:30.
Or we had some vague notion of the importance of the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and its protections. But I think for many of us, we've come through this saying, boy, those guys got a lot of stuff right. And we ought to go back to thinking about what they what their wisdom was. And in the case of regulation of medical practice, the way it's structured is that regulation of medical practice vests in a decentralized way to the states. It is not specifically allocated to the federal
You show up every day and they will hire you.
Therefore, it vests to the states. So each state has the authority constitutionally. This is the basis for the overthrow of Roe versus
only
Wade.
gig is that instead of
Everybody
every
likes
week,
to
they pay.
make, the various opposing parties in Roe versus Wade like to characterize it as about this, that, or the other thing. But fundamentally, it was about states' rights, that decision that was put down by the Supreme Court, and the delegation of authority to the federal government and the administrative state versus the states. And for instance, I've testified, and I'll be testifying in Texas in 2 days. But last time I testified there in the Senate last summer.
The blue brush question, everybody.
What part of Texas? If you're near Dallas, let me take you out for
Belt is
barbecue.
considered a food contact surface. So
I'll be in Austin on Wednesday, but the whole day's jammed up.
Okay.
Itself is considered. I missed it when I
no, Austin is
everybody missed
a complicated place. I'm up in.
If you get it right, I question.
Thank you. But I made the case that Texas is large enough that it can sustain its own pharmaceutical industry, and it should do that. It should go there.
Whatever all those viruses.
There's also interest in Mexico in creating capabilities so that we're cut ourselves free of China and India, which is where virtually all of our drugs are. So my point is only that the founding fathers imagined a world in the medical space in which there was a decentralized regulatory authority, and it vested with the states. And this gets to the point of the states being laboratories of democracy. And I think there's a strong case to be made for this. For those of us that believe in decentralization versus the globalization as the kind of two polar opposites. Decentralization doesn't have to drive all the way down to the autonomous intentional community for everything. It can, you can have a much more decentralized world at the state level so that you could elect to move to Arkansas, Tennessee, or Florida, or Texas, as people are doing, or if you want the full Monty, go and live in California, Oregon, Washington, or New York. If that's the world you want to live in. And
anything changes,
I kind of like that idea. And then let's see how it sorts out over time. So that's my point of view on this. And so you have Joe Latipo, who I consider a friend and colleague, the Surgeon General of Florida under Ron DeSantis, advocating that we need to revisit the entire vaccine schedule in a rigorous way. And Florida is another state that's big enough that they could do it. And if Florida or Texas, and they're mostly the main ones that are big enough, that are red states, wanted to take this on, they would do a service for the whole country, just like Joe Latipo is doing right now and Ron DeSantis with their independent investigations of the COVID crisis, what's happened here. That's how things were supposed to work under the original envisioned intent. Over.
Okay, well, why don't we leave it there? And you have an open invitation to join us again for maybe diving into more of that side of the chat. So with that, I'll give you the last word. Definitely go check out his book, link in the description. Is there anything else you'd like to tell people?
Oh, the last word. A lot of people are experiencing despair in the face of what we've experienced. And often when they encounter all these things, they lose hope. Particularly people that are vaccine damaged. You have a choice. If you're vaccine damaged, you can identify as vaccine damaged. We are all, in a way, that have been deployed on us. And we don't have to be victims. You can choose to be a warrior. You do not have to choose to be a victim. You can take this on, and if you wish, if you choose to walk with me and others and be a warrior in this fight, which I believe is the fight to end all fights right now in terms of future. It's that we're at that point. Then I advise that you seek out the information on 5th generation warfare. Learn what it is. There's a online book that you can get. It's called 5GW. It has nothing to do with cell towers. And Michael Flynn has now published a book on 5th generation warfare. There's things on our Substack you can read about it. There's a lot of stuff on the internet because there's more and more awareness of how important these technologies are. 5th generation warfare is about control of your mind, and you are the battlefield, but it is entirely decentralized and it's low energy. You don't have to have F-18s and M1s. You can assimilate and learn the technologies and techniques of 5th generation warfare, and you can turn it back on them. You don't have to be passive in this. You can be a fighter, and you can be empowered if that's what you choose to be. So that's my closing, is consider walking with all of us that are seeking a better future and which are not willing to give up our personal sovereignty. Over.
Excellent. You own yourselves. You need to learn how to lead yourselves, because even if you abdicate it, you're still choosing to abdicate it. And I realize I just stole the last word. So that was...
That's good. I like it.
All right. Dr.
Okay.
Malone, thank you again for giving us the honor of your time today. And we'll hope to talk to you again soon. If you could stay on the line with me after I end the stream, and I'll wrap up with you. Just give me 1 second. Everybody else, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching us. Thanks for participating in the comments. Until next time, we'll see you.
Pretty good. Great questions there, Anna. You missed the questions, Chopper, that Anna gave. Set up a poker game.
I haven't done a video on the Chase Allen murder yet.
I don't ignore you. Every saint is a sinner, and every sinner can become a saint. I guess. What the fuck you guys talking about? I did miss quite a bit. BMW, chopper. Black man's wish. I'll take a BMW. Little peachy wagon. Oh, I report Biden all the time, almost every one of his tweets, because he's not tweeting. Yeah, I report almost every tweet from our POTUS as misinformation. And I've gotten some community notes put down, and not just me. I'm sure a bunch of people reported it. But oh, where he brought it on, and HBO Matt discovered that he was ANCAP. Yeah, we know what you meant. Let me see if I can find it. That is a good episode, though. I have an Odyssey page too, guys, by the way. If you click on the link tree thing. I'm going to try, once I have enough, I'll be able to directly, all my YouTubes, at least for now, will be uploaded to it. I don't have enough yet. I think I need, well, I think I have enough now. I think I need more on Odyssey, though. I think I need 25 on Odyssey to be able to upload her. I don't know if they've changed the rules yet. Let me find following. Fucking Temple. I need to unfollow him on Odyssey. Timcast. I must listen to all. You remember when that was? Yeah, they think that folks can't survive with it. It was last summer, wasn't it? Oh, wow. Does he have his stuff? Oh, that's just content. Here we go. Feed the need. Their discussion about Chat GPA was pretty good. Taxation is theft. Natural law discussion with Corey and Fabian. That's basically an individual that was just in here. He's, how old is he? He stinks. He stunk, first of all. To me, that's a huge thing, especially when you're working in food production. They won't let him work if he comes to work smelling like that. 92. So he's a year older than my son. $31 years old. An infant. An infant. That you hear that interview with Stuart Rhodes? That was a good one too. I don't know if I can yet or not. I'm trying to find that episode first. It was last summer, right? I thought that's when I remember watching it. Lots of abortion, some game stuff. What is a woman? His version of it. Man, he did a 4.5-hour stream. Let's think. The Ethics of Liberty by Murray Rothbard. Marathon. Yeah. Oh, here it is. How to Make an Anarchist in 15 Minutes. Yeah. I found it. From last May. And almost summertime. Yep, that's it. That was a good one too. That was a good one too. I don't know. Did Freeman took all his stuff down? Didn't he on YouTube? Does he? Wait, he uploads to. He's on Odyssey too, so it should be there. Yeah, that was. I was cutting the grass listening to that, and I had to stop 3 or 4 times because I was dying laughing because he was just trolling the shit out of him. How did I not like this? I listened to it live. It's a couple days for my birthday.
Let me. I want to ask you some questions to get to know like your political position better. Is that cool?
Yeah, go for it.
what if you like pick a law? I'm sure that you can think of one that you have a strong disagreement with, like a moral disagreement with, like that law is immoral. Should you disobey that law?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'm on the line of constitutional conservative, so the line of any law repugnant to the Constitution is not a law. I completely agree with it. That's my basic point of view.
I didn't ask if it disagreed with the Constitution. I asked if we can think of a law, even if it was in the Constitution, that you thought was immoral. Should you disobey that law?
Yes.
Good. I absolutely agree. Yeah. So, I mean, that's an important question because a lot of people would struggle with that. A lot of people wouldn't realize that what you just did is you put your own moral judgment above that of the law and the government. That's a powerful, important thing to realize. Like at the end of the day, your sense of morality and what is morally justified overrides what is law.
If you guys don't know who he's talking to, it's not James Freeman. James Freeman is with him. But this is HBO Matt, who's called in, or he's in the stream. That's his voice in the stream, HBO Matt. Pull it back up. All right. Back to
a lot of that is what the founding of our country was supposed to be about. No, it wasn't just taxation without representation. It was also freedom of morality and religion.
I dropped it.
Government out of you, your property, your rights, your family, your entire life.
If you know that something is bad to do to somebody else, is it okay for you to try and get someone else to do it for you? So as long as it's not you doing it, it's okay? Or is it also bad if you pay or hire somebody else to do the bad thing for you?
It's also bad.
Okay. So that obviously the analogy there, and I agree with you totally, right? Like if it's immoral to hold somebody up in an alleyway to rob them, it's also immoral for you to hire somebody to do that for you, right?
Yeah, it is.
You're talking about
to get somebody out of the way.
as far as tax
It took a while for me, honestly.
Well, that would be one of a billion examples, right? Where people basically use the government to do a bunch of terrible things to everybody around them, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I think then the next question's easy. Can people by voting give politicians the right to do things which none of the people voting have the right to do themselves?
Because that's what did it to me, indoctrination.
Okay, here's where we get into the fun part.
Public school,
as a basic premise on its own, I would say no. But
public service, baby.
Then we get into the weeks-long philosophy on if you don't allow any of that, if there's no collective right that you can create or delegate, then how do you make a actual functioning society? So that's where we would get into on my end. Can you anarchy and volunteerism actually work without some kind of without the use of
authority,
without being able to vote, without having a majority that can decide what happens to some level? How do you get that system to work?
I mean, I understand your fears with that stuff. They're very, very rational fears. Like, yeah, if we don't have this thing that has always existed and that we've always been taught is the just authority to right the wrongs and to protect us all, if we get rid of that, how the hell are we going to be safe? And how the hell is society going to be at all ordered? I understand. Believe me, I had all those same questions, years ago as well. But the question I asked, and I would love a really clear answer on it, is yes or no, can people by voting give politicians the right to do things that they don't themselves possess?
As a basic moral question, I would say no.
I mean, I agree, and I don't think anybody has ever made an argument opposite of that. Like, you can't give somebody else authority to do something that you don't have the authority yourself to do. That's pretty obvious and plain to see, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think he rode with
and
Freeman
so
and
obviously
them
the implication
couple
of that
times.
is, well, like
back when Bao was riding with him
we don't have the right to tax
2
people.
summers ago.
We don't have the right to regulate the people around us and what behaviors they can and can't do and what speech they can and can't say and what businesses they can and can't run and like all of these things. We don't have the right to do any of this stuff. And yet somehow people cast votes that somehow magically, invalidly, empower these politicians to do all those things that none of these people have the right to do. What do you think about that?
James, I agree. James has a couple of really fun books that focus on just that he's always promoting.
Which ones?
I don't even remember the names of them.
Do you remember, James?
What's the one about the magic voting system that you like so much? That you were playing the audiobook of it.
Earlier today?
No, like a couple of years. You brought it up and you've played the audiobook on your stream.
Some of the audiobooks I've played are Frederick Bastiat, The Law. I've played today there was The Most Dangerous Superstition. Those are like my two always go to. Sometimes I talk about Lysander Spooner, the Constitution of No Treason, or the Constitution of No Authority. I'm not sure. Is it one of those?
I think Greatest Superstition probably is the one that's closest to what Patrick's talking about right now, as far as not being able to vote power to a group that you didn't have as an individual.
You know what? There's also one that's kind of a Christian pacifist type perspective. Leo Tolstoy. What was that book called? The Kingdom of God is Within You. And that talks about like war and, if it's not okay for one man to kill one man, and it's not okay if, 2 of us decide that we want to go kill this guy, that it's okay. It's not okay if 100 of us or 1,000 of us. So how many men does it take to turn an immoral act into a moral act? But
well, I mean that was kind of
that
was kind of my next
Sorry, go
question. I was going to ask him like, and these are all like super basic questions, so none of this has got you. I have agreed with everything you've said so far.
Well, I understand. I know where this argument's going. It's just
No, you don't.
it gets really deep when you're actually trying to figure it out on a level that's going to work out versus a level of what's pie in the sky ideology. This whole conversation gets real deep real fast.
I hate the pie in the sky stuff. It's so detached from like basic understandings of morality and relationships. And that's not at all what I'm about. Like, these are all really straightforward questions, right? Like, here's another one. Do you believe that right and wrong apply the same to everybody? Like, if it's wrong for me to murder, is it also wrong for you to murder? And is it also wrong for a soldier to murder or a politician to murder?
Yes, but that's where we run into problems with applying an anarchy system worldwide. Is because there's other culture groups out there who have very, very different ideas of what's right and wrong than we do. So we can agree, whatever the Western society, on what's right and wrong very closely. There's small levels of stuff where we'll disagree. Stuff like abortion, where is abortion murder or is abortion a right, that kind of thing. But overall, our society is going to agree on the basic moral principles.
Well, I'm talking about what you believe, not what they believe in commie China or whatever. Like, you believe that it's just as wrong for you to murder somebody as for the poobah of China or the president of the United States. It's just murder is murder. It's wrong for everybody. Yeah, I mean, obviously, right?
Absolutely.
Is there any way, and this is kind of the same question, but is there any way in which you can change something that's immoral into something that is moral without changing the act? Like, is there any process or grand dance or, let's say, voting or anything that can make murder not murder or can turn murder into something moral without
I
like
the
actually
graphics in the
changing
background.
the act in question. So for example,
Pink
like
Floyd action going on back there.
I'm taking someone's life non-consensually without changing that what happened. Is there a way to change the moral judgment of it?
Well, I guess the gray space in there would be what, the death penalty for murdering somebody else. But as a basic principle, no.
Yeah. So this is kind of the same thing as the first question, but I mean, is it ever good to break the law?
Good to break? If the law is immoral and unjust, yes, it's good to break the law.
Oh God, you know, like this is such basic stuff, right? But when I hear other people answer these questions with like the obvious answers, it like, dude, it gets me so pumped. I love seeing people, because most people wouldn't answer the way that you're answering, man. Most people would like put the just authority in the hands of whatever the law is, and like if the law says it's okay, then it's not good to break the law ever. Like it's just good to see people thinking for themselves. So I'm glad that's you.
I'm pretty educated. I've been involved in politics and ideology since I was in like fucking 5th grade. We're not far apart on all this. It really is just, I've never seen an anarchist come up with a system in real life today that could actually survive, thrive, and even make itself prove to be so superior that other people would start copying it or wanting to join it. That's the point of separation between me being a limited government constitutionalist.
You still want to master though.
What the founding fathers were trying to do on 75%.
Yeah.
Versus a straight up anarchist.
No, I got you. I mean, I was there my whole first half of my life. Believe me, like I understand what you're saying and I understand your fears. Okay, last of my stupid weird questions, and then maybe we can talk about your system, right? So the last question I really have for you is, do you think it's okay for government to force you to fund things that you are morally opposed to?
No.
I mean, I agree. Would you try and force me to fund something I was morally against?
No.
Of course not. And I would never force you to fund something that you were morally opposed to. No, even if we disagreed, I would not force you. I would afford you the respect of not forcing you to pay for things that you don't want. So
that's where we get into the fun part of things. Like the easiest discussion on that would be paying for the military, right? So if nobody pays for military, let's say if we're talking hundreds or thousands of years ago, people collectively
kind of an oxymoron, isn't it?
Versus independently. Independently, you could have your neighbors have muskets, pitchforks, swords, whatever, and you might be able to survive. But now in the age of high-tech shit, if the other country has a whole bunch of high-tech shit and just wants to fucking kill all of you, and all you've got is rifles, because working independently, that's all you can afford. You can't afford to fly F-15s unless you've got one hell of a group of volunteerists. How does your society survive versus the hostile world out there?
Well, I just want to make sure, because it sounds like you walked it back a little bit. Let's say I disagreed with funding the military. Would you force me to fund it?
I would not want to, no. But I also I need to see a system where we can make that work without everybody getting their butts kicked.
Let's say
it's not a fear thing. It's just an analysis of history.
I'm about to spend time answering these practical questions that you have. I just want to make sure, like, morals come before practicalities, and so I want to make sure that we're clear on the morals. And it sounds like we are. No. Like, you would not force me, even if I didn't have a practical answer for you on how the military would, how collective self-defense would work absent government. Even if I said I don't have any idea, I don't have an answer, would you then force me to fund your conception of collective defense, or would you leave me alone?
I would leave you alone.
HBO Matt, you're an anarchist. Welcome to the club. Now let's talk about practicalities.
was it. The realization. HBO Matt is an anarchist. I don't know what this is. Exposes abortion atrocities here. New America. No. All right. Well, this one's done too. Bowel's already off. Is that when I got my little surge? Let's watch ANCAPs from last night. Oops.
We have Albuquerque PD on a traffic stop. We got officers on both sides of the vehicle.
Nope. No successful governments. Plenty of successful monarchies, but no successful governments. Well, he's out of breath. He's giving me making you hyperventilate just from listening to him. Right. It's a little white band at the bottom. Oh, so this. Let's see if I can find something else. Anna, are you on Odyssey? Let me check my followers. My channel page.
Why is
2
it
followers.
internet is messed up?
2 followers on Odyssey. Remote positions like working from home? Yeah, not at the moment. You're welcome. What kind of staffing companies hires remote positions? Thank you. Let me refresh it and see what it says. Bam, 3 followers. Hell yeah.
153 is the unit number. And it's a supervisor vehicle. 153 and supervisor.
Yeah, it won't show me though. Drop your link. Yeah, that was it. Huh. That wasn't very exciting. Let's still give him a like. We likes lobster claws. SWAT team shoots kid on couch. Damn.
Here's another one of those breaking news situations. An unarmed local kid was just shot in his bed by police who busted in his house with a SWAT team. This would be national news, but we're talking about the poorest area of West Virginia. On March 10th, the West Virginia State Police Special Response Team executed a search warrant in McDowell County, West Virginia, and shot 21-year-old Darius Lester multiple times. Yesterday, I went and met Darius and his family and examined the scene of the shooting. The truth is far from what the state police gave to the news media. Let me tell you what really appears to have happened. By the way, this is the same state police currently all over the news for being exposed as completely untrustworthy at the highest levels, as I just detailed in a recent video. Here's the information that was given to the news media by the state police. One man was injured Friday during an officer-involved shooting while troopers with the West Virginia State Police were serving a search warrant. At about 5:45 a.m., members of the West Virginia State Police SRT, acting in cooperation with the FBI, served the search warrant
You don't
at
have
the
a channel
residence of
set up
Jeremy
yet,
Lester.
so I can't
Upon
tell you.
entry, members were confronted by Darius Lester,
Oh, yeah, I
22, of Big Sandy, who was armed and attempted to attack the members with a hammer. Members engaged the suspect and shots were fired, stopping the threat. First aid was administered on scene until EMS arrived. Darius Lester was transported to Raleigh General Hospital for his injuries. And here's what really happened. Darius had been asleep on the couch in the home's living room, where he liked to sleep. Darius was unarmed at the time that he was shot and was still on his bed, as indicated by the pool of blood on and underneath the couch where he was sleeping, which I looked at yesterday. Darius had no criminal record. He was not under arrest. He was not suspected of having committed any crime. He was merely sleeping on the couch in a house where police were executing a search warrant completely unrelated to him. Darius works as a coal truck driver. He works the night shift, so he had just gotten off work at around 4 a.m. He then went to sleep shortly after getting home. Then sometime just after 5 a.m., the state police SWAT team showed up, and inside the house everybody was asleep, including Darius. I've already examined the actual search warrant that formed the basis of the raid. It did not provide for a no-knock entry. It also contained no allegations that anyone inside the home was armed or dangerous. In fact, from my understanding, nobody who lived inside the home even had a criminal record at all. Law enforcement was there to execute a search warrant based on the illegal possession of explicit photographs allegedly downloaded by Darius's uncle. There were no allegations alleged in the warrant application that executing this particular search warrant posed any threat of danger to law enforcement. So why call out the state police's SWAT team, the SRT? The allegations against the uncle solely pertain to downloading illegal photographs. There was nothing in there about violence or physical danger to police officers who would be executing a search warrant. It's my understanding that the uncle had no prior criminal history, nor were there any allegations at all against Darius. The press release said that they knocked on the door twice and there was no answer. Of course there was no answer. You got there at 5 a.m. on purpose so that there would not be an answer. The occupants of the house were sleeping, and whatever knocking they did not awaken anyone inside. And it was dark both outside and inside the house. They came in with flashlights. The press release also said that, quote, upon entry, they encountered Darius, who had a hammer. Well, the photographs I took yesterday show where Darius was when they encountered him, asleep on the couch in the living room, which is quite a ways away from where they actually made entry through the front door. They would have made entry and then walked through the house and then rounded the corner into the living room before ever encountering Darius and waking him up out of his well-deserved sleep after working a night shift driving coal trucks. He would have woken up startled with flashlights in his eyes, probably very confused, and rightly so. The photographs of the blood stain show where the violence by the police occurred, right on his bed/couch where Darius had been sleeping. Although he did have a bedroom in the house, he liked to crash where he felt comfortable on this particular couch. I'm happy to tell you that today's video is sponsored by America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Injured and don't know where to start? With Morgan & Morgan, it's so easy. You can submit a claim without ever having to leave your couch. In 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim to Morgan &
trying
Morgan.
to find the one
Everyone
with,
knows that size matters. I mean, they don't call me Big John.
delete laws, delete
Morgan &
lips.
Morgan has over 100 offices nationwide with 800 local lawyers, as well as 4,000 support staff. That's huge, which makes getting help easy. One of the biggest hassles of dealing with a car accident injury situation is finding a lawyer and dealing with all the paperwork and red tape. But with Morgan & Morgan, they've made it super easy.
Okay. This number tried calling earlier. It's a scam, I think. Hello?
Hello, I'm Joyce, a virtual reminder with United Funding. I am calling to bring to your attention that the Employee Retention Tax Credit filing window is soon closing. If it's okay with you, I'd like to provide you the total estimated amount of money your business would receive.
No, it's not.
Can
I had a Venmo phishing call earlier during that one video. I didn't want to interrupt it. And plus, there was when those guys were here. It was hilarious. Yeah. The debate. I'm looking for it. I don't remember. I know it was like more toward the middle of the summer, I think.
You don't have to bother traveling to an office building somewhere. Just using your phone in 8 clicks or less, you can submit a claim to Morgan & Morgan. From your couch, you can sign documents, upload pictures, share medical records and doctor bills just using your phone. You can even text message your attorney and case manager. If you've ever been injured in a car accident, you can check out Morgan & Morgan. You can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less without ever having to leave your couch. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/The Civil Rights Lawyer, or dial pound law, LAW. That's pound 529 from your cell phone. Again, thanks to Morgan & Morgan for sponsoring this video. So why would Darius attack a SWAT team with a hammer? That's absurd. He wasn't under arrest. He hadn't done anything wrong. Why would Darius attack a SWAT team with a hammer? It's just absurd. Perhaps it's more likely that once they realized that they shot an unarmed man who wasn't even the target of their investigation, they grabbed a nearby hammer and came up with a cover story for why they shot him. Why would a SWAT team in full body armor be in fear for their lives of a guy who had no criminal record, no criminal charges, allegedly holding a hammer, especially one in his own bed? Are they that afraid? I mean, really, a hammer? I've dealt with the West Virginia State Police SRT team before. I had a case in federal court in the Northern District of West Virginia, up in Doddridge County, where the State Police SRT busted in on an elderly man, my client, who likewise had done nothing wrong. They were looking for a third-party fugitive who used to work for him, and they literally just scared this guy to death. While they searched the house, they put him in handcuffs, and they made him stand in the kitchen. This old man, in poor health, began having trouble breathing. He asked to be released from his handcuffs. The tough guy state trooper SWAT team dude, wearing full body armor and holding a machine gun, literally a machine gun, as it was a full auto select fire weapon, he refused.
He might have taken
because,
it down.
as he explained to me when I took his deposition, well, there were officer safety concerns because they were in a kitchen, and you know there are sharp knives around when you're in a kitchen. And I'm not even joking. This tough guy trooper let this man just die in handcuffs, unable to breathe, because he was afraid this completely innocent guy who wasn't charged with anything, they're just searching his house, he could have theoretically gone and gotten a kitchen knife and come after this full body armored state trooper with a machine gun. They just let the guy collapse on the floor basically, and they ended up taking crime scene photos right there because, I mean, they were already there. In that case, ended with a settlement that part of that settlement was that the West Virginia State Police agreed to retrain the entire agency, every state trooper, about the constitutional requirement to knock and announce prior to busting in someone's house on a search warrant execution. I thought we got this straightened out years ago in that case. But
So
here, this seems awfully
training
similar.
if you murder
What's
somebody.
the point of having a SWAT team if you don't get to use it from time to time? Am I right? In my prior case, there were, I believe, 17 different SWAT guys at the scene. I wonder how many they had here that were so afraid of an innocent guy with a hammer. And even if he did have a hammer, perhaps if he didn't bust into his house in the darkness and startle him out of a deep sleep that was well deserved after a long work night, he wouldn't have grabbed a hammer if he did, though I highly doubt he ever did. The evidence at the scene points to the gunshots occurring while Darius was still in his bed. What really happened? Could it have been an accident, a mistake? Maybe they thought he was the uncle and nobody would care if they shot him, given the allegations.
Yeah, I haven't heard
against
anything
him.
about this.
One thing's
He
for
picks
sure,
up on a lot of
had there been body cam, we
obscure
wouldn't have
stories.
to speculate. There's no doubt that the case law would justify the police shooting someone who was coming at them with a hammer. There have been numerous similar
can't find that
cases
debate.
with those facts. The question is did that
Try-ons.
even happen here? Because it doesn't make sense. As discussed in some of the recent state police scandal videos, one of the allegations against the top brass of the state police is that they make the lower tier guys, the lower tier state troopers, wear and use body cams, while the important higher up people don't have to. All the street level state troopers now have to use body cams. Why would the state police's SWAT team, their SRT, not be given body cams? That would make it really easy. Does the footage show a guy running at them with a hammer and refusing to drop it? Or does it not show that? If the situation is so important and dangerous that they need to use the SWAT team, why does it not justify the use of body cams? I'll go ahead and speculate that they chose not to use them just in case they end up shooting somebody like this. Then they can just grab a nearby object and say that the guy was holding it and he refused to drop it. The South Park "he's coming right at us" defense.
Isn't it beautiful?
Then, when it gets to court, they walk in wearing their uniforms and their fancy hats, and they hope that the jurors will take their word over the victim's word.
See you later,
That
Nolan
sort
Cody.
of
Thanks for
gray
hanging out.
area credibility issue
Mhm.
should be completely unnecessary. This should have been caught on video. Maybe it was, but the preliminary information I have suggests that there was no body cam footage. This is yet just another example of a completely unnecessary shooting of an innocent... Jesus. This is yet another example of a completely unnecessary shooting of an innocent, unarmed citizen by our government. For those of you with the thin blue line stickers and all the pro-Constitution stickers at the same time, this is your government. This is who they will send to come to your house to confiscate your guns when the time comes. This is how they'll treat you as well. NRA sticker on your truck? You better believe they'll show up at your house at 5 a.m. also, at a time where they think that you're asleep. They'll be trigger happy too, since they'll all have been briefed on what a gun nut that you are. This is where we are in this country. This is the road that we're headed down. Then, after your government shoots you, what do they do next? Well, if you survive, guess what? They charge you with a crime to cover up their exposure to a civil lawsuit. And that's exactly what they've done to Darius here. They've charged him with a felony for allegedly attempting to harm this poor, vulnerable SWAT team with a ball-peen hammer. And he was so successful at it that no officers were injured. And to the contrary, the perpetrator was shot multiple times, including 2 rounds to the chest. Why did they do this? Because any subsequent civil rights lawsuit is going to be bound by any factual findings contained in the underlying criminal case. If they convict Darius of attempting to hit a police officer with a hammer in the state criminal case, that fact will have to be taken as true by the federal court in a subsequent civil lawsuit. So it would tie our hands. Yes, that's right. Citizens of McDowell County, West Virginia, your local criminal justice system is running defense for the state police so they don't lose a civil lawsuit and have to compensate a poor innocent person that they shot. Hopefully the elected prosecutor of that county does the right thing and drops the charges. Also, don't worry, the West Virginia State Police is investigating themselves. And this is the same agency, again, that is currently all over the news for literally refusing to properly investigate themselves. As of last night, it was revealed that the governor has ordered the seizure of the cell phones and electronic data of almost all the top leadership at the state police. Crazy, crazy stuff. Again, this is a poor area of West Virginia that has been for years neglected by politicians.
Yeah.
Corruption has
Keeping
been
it busy,
rampant in
huh?
this area since it was probably first named. That's why it's important to bring attention to what's happening and to watch very carefully. So if you're interested in watching as well and following along in this case and others, please make sure that you subscribe. Let me know in the comments your reaction to what happened here. You can learn more at the blog at thecivilrightslawyer.com, posted in the link. Please make sure to also subscribe there and at my other social media sites. Remember, freedom is scary. Deal with it. I'll see you next time.
So I can't find it on the James Freeman channel, but I'm thinking it may be on his fake news network. Oh, here's one with Bao from a year ago. Can't find it. Let's see if. So did they arrest Trump yet today? Okay. Does he have an Odyssey channel to match that? No. Okay. Oh well. Short one from Russell Brand.
Who in
going to be arrested. I hope the people doing these arrests have the moral authority to undertake these arrests and aren't basically criminals themselves. Hello there, you 6.3 million Awakening Wonders. Thanks for joining us on this voyage towards truth and freedom. I hope you feel my love. You know I need your love. We have to remain connected. We have to remain moral, ethical, and spiritual throughout this experience, knowing what we confront a centralized authority, knowing that our success means that attacks will come. Stay awake. Stay connected. If you haven't turned on the notification bell yet, turn it on right now. Subscribe to our channel. It's lovely to see that number increasing, and it's the one way we can ensure that you get our videos every single day. Let's get into today's story. Donald Trump has announced that he's going to be arrested. First, he said it would definitely be on Tuesday. Then he said it might not be on Tuesday. And the ICC have issued a warrant to arrest Vladimir Putin. Two leaders that have previously been in that situation are the Sudanese leader, who's in all sorts of tricky situations currently, and Colonel Gaddafi, who's now stone dead. The important question, of course, is who has the moral authority to exact and enact these arrests? What is the central body that's able to say, you, Donald Trump, you're under arrest? To have that authority, it means you would have to be in a position yourselves that is transcendent of, at very least, the crimes that Donald Trump has himself allegedly committed. So let's have a look at what's being alleged, and let's have a look at who's alleging it, and let's see who's conducting this process, and if there's any legitimacy to their claims, and if they have the right to undertake this process if they themselves are similarly guilty of comparable transgressions.
Former President Donald Trump making new headlines as he uses his social media platform to claim that his arrest is imminent.
Now, of course, what is being alleged is that Trump paid Stormy Daniels money to keep quiet in the build-up to the 2016 election. Loads of you will already be tapping away in those comments, Hunter Biden's laptop! So let's continue to look at this story and unpack the details of what specifically is criminal about what Trump's done. And is it about an investigation in order to sort of solve some moral or potentially criminal quandary? Or is it about delegitimizing Trump's 2024 presidential bid?
Former President Trump taking to his social media app Saturday, claiming he will be arrested on Tuesday.
He's still got it, any Trump. He's still got the ability to stir up a story. He's also still got the ability to stir up a storm. That's part of the problem, apparently.
Former Trump administration official John Bolton saying the call has echoes of January 6th.
If he's calling people into the streets, this time he's seen the experience of January the 6th, and I think this is potentially very dangerous.
This is a fascinating story in so many ways. A kind of new mythology appears to be being forged. January the 6th, insurrection, anti-establishment rhetoric. However significant all of this stuff is, and I'll leave it to you to determine how important it is, perhaps your opinions vary. What it is not going to do is address the function and ability to legislate of centralized power. To a degree, this is a sideshow. To a degree, when you're thinking about this stuff, what you're not thinking about is, how is my community going to be organized? What's going to be done about the cost of living crisis? What's going to be done about this escalating conflict? What are we going to do about this breakdown of our social fabric? It's, of course, interesting when figures like Trump are in the center of the news cycle, but it's, I think, really important that we maintain a connection to some true ethical values. If we have any connection or understanding of ethics at all, we can see that the Democratic Party are guilty of comparable transgressions, which we'll go into in more detail. So that shows me that, once again, this is another one of those stories where neither party are significantly different from one another, and there is no centralized force that has the authority to arrest Trump or arrest Putin because they have no legitimacy. I want to thank today's sponsor, Ridge. They make minimalist everyday items that slimline your pockets. Check out my ridge.com/Russell link to save 40% on a game-changing wallet. So, as you can imagine, I used to have a standard vegan leather wallet, and I'm sure lots of you do too. You're living in the past. They're bulky, and let's be honest, they're outdated, and they make you look like you're out of touch with reality. Whereas Ridge wallets are built differently, designed from the ground up to be space-saving. Each wallet holds up to 12 cards and has a strap or clip to keep spare cash safe. They're only 6mm thick, don't be childish, so incredibly pocketable, and they have this inbuilt elastic on the edge.
Should get
You
an
can
affiliate
expand your
sponsor.
card section whenever you need to. Maybe you got some new cards, pop them in there, baby. It's like a concertina. There's a real range of designs, which mean finding something that suits you is easy. And because they're built with durable materials, each wallet comes with a lifetime warranty. They are made with RFID blocking tech that protects you from digital pickpockets. I'm sick of those guys. They didn't know they existed till a minute ago. Use
True
my
chopper
link,
chopper.
ridge.com/Russell, to save up to 40% off your Ridge order until March 24th. Now let's get back to our video.
This after a pivotal week in the criminal investigation. Daniels meeting with Manhattan prosecutors and former Trump attorney Michael Cohen testifying for about 5 hours in front of a grand jury about that alleged hush money payment.
Law enforcement agencies are preparing for a possible indictment of Mr. Trump as early as next week, NBC News reports. The grand jury in Manhattan has been hearing from witnesses, including former Trump lawyer Michael Cohen, who says he orchestrated payments to the women to silence them about sexual encounters they said they had with Mr. Trump a decade earlier. Mr. Cohen claimed Mr. Trump directed him to make payments worth $280,000 to Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal, something the former president denies. Okay, so this is by Jonathan Turley, professor of public interest law at the George Washington University. While we still do not know the specific state charges in the anticipated indictment, the most discussed would fall under Section 175 for falsifying business records based on the claim that Trump used legal expenses to conceal the alleged hush payments that were supposedly used to violate federal election laws. While some legal experts have insisted such concealment is clearly a criminal matter that must be charged, they were conspicuously silent when Hillary Clinton faced a not dissimilar campaign finance allegation. So here we're going to unpack the similarities between presumed charges that Trump might face and the allegations already made about the Clinton campaign. Last year, the Federal Election Commission fined the Clinton campaign for funding the Steele dossier as a legal expense. Okay, so they were found guilty of doing that because they were fined. The campaign had previously denied funding the dossier, which was used to push false Russia collusion claims against Trump in 2016, and it buried the funding in the campaign's legal budget. Yeah, there was no hue and cry for this type of prosecution in Washington.
Doesn't have to be just
New
out of
York.
New York.
What you've got to ask then is, where is power centralized and what decisions are being made? Why is this instance being pursued and investigated and prosecution being made on this basis, while in this instance, the Democrat Party instance, a fine was issued? This is obviously speculative because I can't obviously know, but it seems like whatever Trump is, his interests are not in alignment with those forces, because if those forces were neutral, they would be prosecuting in both instances. They have selected not to. I'm sure you could get someone, a talking head, likely on MSNBC or whatever, saying, oh, these are the distinctions, this is why it's different. But doesn't it seem at this point that centralized establishment power is more in alignment with figures like Clinton and Biden and Obama than it is with peculiar outliers like Donald Trump? And once again, I'm not a person that would ever vote for Donald Trump or believes that Donald Trump is the solution. But what's clear is that Donald Trump is some sort of antagonist to centralized power, that money and time is being spent on indicting Donald Trump that isn't being spent on indicting the Democratic Party. That is a difference. What does that difference tell you? A Section 175 charge would normally be a misdemeanor. The only way to convert it into a Class E felony requires a showing that the intent to defraud includes an intent to commit another crime or to aid or conceal the commission thereof. That other crime would appear to be the federal election violations, which the Justice Department previously declined to charge. The damage to the legal system is immense whenever political pressure overwhelms prosecutorial judgment. The criminal justice system can be a terrible weapon when used for political purposes, an all too familiar spectacle in countries where political foes can be targeted by the party in power. None of this means Trump is blameless or should not be charged in other cases. However, we seem to be on the verge of watching a prosecution by plebiscite in this case. The season opener of America's Got Trump might be a guaranteed hit with his New York audience, but it should be a flop as a prosecution. So all that journalist is analysing is the similarities between the two cases and the difference in the action taken. So obviously you will be watching this with your own personal feelings about Trump, for good or for ill, and Clinton the same. But what this dude is all about is, hold on a minute, these things are basically the same. It's a misdemeanor unless there can be an established intent to defraud the electoral system. So it doesn't seem like it's an appropriate charge. What Trump has done is brought all of this to the forefront using his panache around public relations that no one would query. But what I would say is this demonstrates to us where centralized authority lies, because in the difference we can make an evaluation. If you had two children, they did basically the same thing and you treated them differently, what would that tell us about you as a parent? Probably it'll tell you that you are a normal parent and you're knackered and totally exhausted and sick and tired of dealing with them. Why can't their grandparents take them? We've seen what the tendency and preference is on the level of the nation of the United States of America. But there's by brilliant coincidence, a comparable case taking place on the global stage. The ICC has issued an arrest for Vladimir Putin for war crimes. And for all I know, Vladimir Putin is a war criminal. Certainly, I think it's dreadful that all those Ukrainian people have been bombed and killed and had their lives destroyed as a result of Russia's imperatives. Although, you know, elsewhere we've talked about the complexity of that narrative and how we found ourselves in that situation. Nevertheless, I'm happy for Putin to be tried as a war criminal. But why Putin specifically? Why just Putin? Are there other people that have behaved in a comparable way? Is there any evidence being withheld, for example, by the United States? Because to reveal that evidence would demonstrate that they themselves have behaved exactly the same way, and all sorts of American presidents will be up before the ICC. Let's have a look at the story. And remember, what this brings to the forefront is a lack of moral authority anywhere. There's nobody that you can trust. That's not our fault for giving counter narratives. That doesn't make us conspiracy theorists. What happens is when people point out, hey, this seems corrupt, conspiracy theorists. That's what happens because they can't answer the question, so they smear the questioner.
Welcome back. The International Criminal Court, the ICC, issued an arrest warrant today for Russian President Vladimir Putin. It accuses him of war crimes and for overseeing the forced deportation of children from Ukraine to Russia.
If that's true, I'd agree that's a war crime. No problem with that. We're certainly not friends of Putin on this show. We're just trying to tell stories in an open, transparent way.
A Kremlin spokesperson called the warrant outrageous, but also null and void, since Russia withdrew from the ICC in 2016.
I hereby declare that you are kicked out of the Cub Scouts forevermore. I have left the Cub Scouts some time ago, and I will blow up your scout hut. Sir, I'm going to blow this whistle on the count of 3. Okay, so once again, this is a question about legitimacy and the imposition of a singular narrative. The idea that Trump is uniquely bad is a singular narrative that has to discount comparable behavior by the Democrat Party. And now this story, this narrative, requires that we discount American foreign policy probably as far back as the Second World War. And just in case you think I'm biased, the Brits ain't no great shakes when it comes to invading other countries either. The Pentagon is helping to shield Russia from International Criminal Court accountability. That seems weird because I thought that we were in a proxy war with them. Why would they be shielding them? For its atrocities in Ukraine, fearing such a reckoning could set a precedent, allowing the tribunal to prosecute US war crimes, a report published Wednesday revealed. Excuse me, could you help us prosecute Russia? We're going to need all of your information about their illegal wars, claiming there's weapons of mass destruction, invading countries that are sovereign nations without due process through the UN. Oh, well, do you know, actually, I can't find any of those files. All of those files, sadly, were locked. Do you know who we should blame? Julian Assange is a bad guy, and that Edward Snowden, what a fucking traitor. According to the New York Times, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin III and other Pentagon brass are blocking the Biden administration from sharing evidence of Russian war crimes in Ukraine gathered by US intelligence agencies with the International Criminal Court over the objections of officials in those agencies, as well as in the State and Justice Departments. Neither Russia, the United States, nor Ukraine are party to the Rome Statute, the treaty governing the ICC. However, according to the current and former officials briefed on the matter who were interviewed by the Times, Austin and others are wary of the Hague Tribunal targeting the crimes of countries outside its jurisdiction. Documented and alleged war crimes committed by Russian forces and contractors in Ukraine include, but are not limited to, massacres and other murders of civilians and soldiers, indiscriminate attacks on densely populated areas, attacking critical civilian infrastructure, bombing hospitals and shelters, torture, and stealing children. A terrible litany of hideous crimes, war crimes. It's worrying, isn't it, that the United States cannot participate in the provision of evidence because it would have to confront the fact that it's done comparable things. And it's a horrible slap in the face for all of us that would like to lean into some partisan tribal allegiance that relieved us of personal moral obligation to accept that our nations, that our empires, that our colonies are similarly
hopefully that
on
sparks
war
the fire.
crimes. Whether we're looking at the Vietnam War,
And in New York,
or the
of all
Iraq
places.
War, or the Korea War,
Already.
or the Afghanistan war or the Falklands war, war is in a sense criminal in itself. Establishing a set of rules that you have to behave in accordance with, presumably via the ICC, and then transgressing even those, shows you that our systems at a national and international and indeed global level are totally corrupted. And what's required is a radical review of the way we undertake the business of being human. What people want to do instead, though, is go, there are clear baddies, and baddies are people like Trump and people like Putin. If we arrest them and put them in prison, the problem's going to be solved. But I think you know, and I know, the problem isn't going to be solved, is it? We know that what's required is a deep inner spiritual change on the level of you and me, the individual, and then a demand that our communities, nations, and the planet itself are run in accordance with some values that have been washed away by years and years of commodification, consumerism, individualism, materialism, and negligence. We've forgotten who we are. We've left our souls behind on the shore, and now we find ourselves adrift, thinking for even a moment that arresting Trump or Putin is the solution.
Matt,
even if both Trump and Putin are criminal by the standards that are being described here, it means that we have an obligation to radically review the system. Putin and Trump, powerful though they may be, are symptoms of corrupt systems, of negligence, of the refusal to address the issues that affect the lives of ordinary people. By offering as the solution to that problem, what we're going to do is blow on this whistle and arrest Putin and arrest Trump. And then we'll get on with some other people being corrupt that we'll ignore for a while until they're not in power anymore. And then we'll arrest them, or won't, or whatever. What we're doing is facilitating this
You guys want to play a game? Dirty dog, you dirty dog. I'm going to set one up. I'll play one before I got to go. I got to go a little bit earlier today, so I'm almost at 3 hours. So this is such a pain in the ass now. Create. This is no. Create tournament. And we have what, 3:26 start time. No, not right away. Let's do just so we can get everybody that's here and maybe reach out if we can find anybody else. 3:45. Hold them, no limit. Buy-ins 20. Play money. No breaks. 20% if we get enough. Starting chips 10,000. Regular, no rebuys. Low speed. Turbo. Great. Game is up. Just register. Okay, I'm in. No, what you got here? It's a good one, though. Game set up, Matt. I'm the only one in it.
Bullets need minds more than sorrows. The dead man waits for tomorrow.
Greetings, welcome back to Disenthrall. I will be Patrick Smith. I'm not going to play the intro or do a long intro thing. Here's what we're doing. Here's James Freeman. Hey, welcome back to the show, James Freeman. We're gonna have a long show. We're gonna review a debate that James Freeman just had with someone else. He asked me to watch it with him, give him feedback, and I figure if we're giving him feedback, then certainly all of you guys would probably enjoy the feedback too when you're talking to statists and people and you're trying to talk liberty to the general public. And it's going to be like probably a 2-hour stream. So I turned into a 4-hour stream. Dithering beforehand. Let's just get right into it. James, how you doing today? I can't hear you.
I'm muted.
Yes.
Yes. I'm doing awesome. Thank you so much for doing this for me, Patrick. Yeah, I called you up a few minutes ago and said, hey, man, I haven't done a debate in a long time, and I would prefer that the master debater pick this apart and tell me what I could have and should have done better.
Well, man, like you're one of the few people on the planet that can call me up and be like, hey, let's live stream right now. And I'll be like, boom, hit stream. Let's do it. All right. So ANCAP Gamer, good to see you in the chat. Good to see you, Michelle. Thank you for hosting on Twitch. That's cool. What's up, Alfredo, Betamax? All right. So can you tell us who this is and how this started? Like set it up for us and then we can start the video.
Okay, so I'm not even really all that familiar with this guy, but he goes by Delete Laws on YouTube. I guess he also goes by the name Chili. Since I make YouTube videos that are in a similar genre to him, people reach out to me a lot saying, hey, have you seen this from Delete Laws? I went and looked at a couple of his videos and I responded and said, yeah, he's a statist, and just left it at that. I mean, that's that.
All right, why am I getting this lag? Let me turn off a couple things here. You want the number? I'll give you the number.
It got back to him that I called him a statist. I believe he took it offensively and said, hey, man, what's this?
That's good. That's good. If it's a bad word, then he's already on the right track, right? Go ahead. Sorry.
I suppose. So he, through other people, kind of started trying to reach out saying, James, you want to have a debate about whether I'm a statist or not? You know, we'll have this debate. And to be honest, I ignored him for a while because I kind of felt like there were different motives, but we won't even necessarily go into that. I said, you know what? I haven't had a debate where I actually have to try to prove that my ideas and my philosophies are superior in some way in years. And you know what? If I think I've got this idea that I think is right, then I also believe that I should be able to convey that idea in a logical way. I think I did a horrible job of it, but I said, you know what? It's time to get back into this, and the only way to do it is to do it.
Me and Anna in here so far.
If I fail horribly today, great. I need to learn from it, move forward, and get better at it.
Hell yeah.
So,
yeah, we can't improve on anything unless we can admit that we're not perfect at it. Hell, and God knows I'm not perfect at it.
The only place that rings is right.
Well, the master debater, though.
I master debate quite often, so somebody had to make that pun. I mean, it was just waiting. All right. So I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to hit play, and then if you want to interrupt, just start talking, and I'll pause it, and I'll do the same.
All I have to do is ignore the calls.
Sounds good.
All right.
I don't recognize the area code.
There's a window right there.
What's up, everybody?
I see.
James Free Range Slave Man is actually coming to you live from his government-issued dungeon right now. They were kind enough to give him just a few moments out of his cage to be able to speak to us today. And also we have Delete Laws. I am going to be just hanging back. The discussion is theirs. I'm just offering a platform.
This is before
thank the
he was
corrections
suing the
officers,
AFA.
with Free Range Slave Man for allowing him the opportunity to speak to us today. So, gentlemen, go ahead.
Good. Sorry, I just turned on my stream so I could see the chat. And can you see the chats, Chili?
I cannot see them. If you look on your phone,
can you guys hear it okay out there?
Chili.
James and Chili, if you look at your phone, there's a thing. It'll have a chat box private, and then you click the button next to it for public chat. So you won't be able to see Chili's face or my.
You know what
face,
city
so
I'm in. You know the name of the company. If you want to send me a pizza, you can.
Thank you,
I
NCAP.
forgot to get all dressed up for this. My bad. Here, let me.
Come on, you're supposed to be ready for this, man.
Let me slip into something sexier.
734.
Wait,
This is a big troll just to get me to see your nudes, isn't it, James? Is that where this is going? This whole thing?
I wanted you to see me in lingerie about to put it on.
Oh man, Douglas, I'm streaming to Twitch, Float, Facebook, DLive, and YouTube. Odyssey is down right now, or having a lot of trouble, so I wasn't able to start the stream there.
Chat, if you ladies put a 1 in the chat if you think Slave Man is sexy. Gentlemen, put a 2 in the chat if you think Slave Man is sexy.
Should I take a little more off?
I mean,
I think you just taught me something about debating, James. I usually don't dress sexy for my master debate sessions.
I'm wearing a lot, actually. It's hairy from the waist down, but that's it.
So you guys are here today. I know there's been some chatter on other channels of people wishing for there to be a debate between you two gentlemen. So you both have agreed to speak to each other. Like I said, I'm just here to give you guys a panel. So feel free. Who would like to start first?
Well, first.
The thing I like to say first is, like, I always, and this is inside baseball for people that are long-time disenthralled.
Oh, it's probably an AFH
I name
channel.
all my
Yeah,
debate
you're right.
videos debate whatever, because it gets more eyeballs. But I think the typical debate format is the worst thing possible. So I'm glad you guys aren't really doing that. Conversations are so much better for this than debates, because debates, nobody wants to lose, their egos involved, and when you're trying to convince somebody, you don't want.
This is even better because then they get to.
First off, why are you even talking?
You get to play with
I felt like that was kind of the intent here. That was the intent, is that he wanted to whip out dicks and throw them on the table. And I was like, look, I want to have a discussion. You're right. Neither one. I've never had a discussion. I've never been able to change anyone's mind or have my mind changed by someone who tells me I'm a effing idiot. I've had my mind changed by people who say, who I respect, and they convey their ideas to me. And I go, oh, hey, you know what? Maybe what I was thinking before is kind of doesn't make sense. So
there you go.
Yeah,
I agree. That's why a lot of times when people say, "Hey, let's have a debate," I'm like, "What does that mean to you?"
Nice. All right,
we're going to be discussing ideas.
Well, I have whiskey and coffee, so whichever direction this goes, I'm ready.
Anybody else? If we don't get enough people,
Well, delete laws. You wanted to chat with me, right?
Matt's in here. Okay.
Well, yeah, you keep calling me a statist, and I want to talk about.
Well, it's coming.
Okay, great. All right, so that's what this is all about. Good.
A little spicy.
And it's going to go into the social contract rule of law. So just for the record, James, let's make sure we have the same identity of what a statist is.
Okay.
In my mind.
News. Where's he at?
Some would call an identity a definition, but that's fine. We can call a definition. Anyway.
A statist is someone who wants to give more power to the government, or wants to cede our power and our rights and give those back to the government. Essentially, are we talking about the same definition of status?
So you're not harming the bank
somebody
today
that wants
by
the government
withdrawing
to
all your
exist,
money.
wants the state to
You have no
exist,
digital
they're
money.
pro the government existing.
In my
this
mind,
one
a
of you guys?
statist is someone who thinks that
Oh, yeah, it is.
they have
Private?
the right to initiate force or violence against another person
That's
through
good
the
too.
state.
Impact employment.
Very good.
Hey, Doc,
Okay,
can I get a job?
Yes, you can.
Well, so then you don't want.
I got people. I need people that will stuff food products into
We
boxes.
meet up and you're beating me up, dude, right? And so then you're physically kicking my butt.
Okay,
And then they
that's
say,
fine.
someone comes to me is under the
Well,
rule of
yeah,
law.
you'll get
the
hurt
court
like a lot of the
system,
people
and says,
do,
hey,
and then we'll have to pay you not to work. So.
I don't want to interrupt you, but why don't you define rule of law for us here?
All right, I got it.
So rule of law is based on the social contract. The social
Yeah, no,
contract written by Jean-Jacques
it says private, but the
and
number.
what that means is that when you create a nation, America, based
No,
on
no,
rule
I'll
of
shoot.
law, then
I'll text you. I'll
the
text you from
idea
my
of the social contract is
my
that your
phone.
rights are
So you'll have
upheld.
mine.
It's not ever supposed to be about law enforcement. That's a bastardized idea. That
Well, that already didn't work.
Okay.
Just want to put that out there.
40 miles from me.
Oh, okay.
people in government.
Okay.
But
All right,
you don't want
all right,
anybody to be able to touch another person as long as they're wearing.
Right,
a
right,
mask.
right. I'll
Is that
shoot
what
you a
you're saying?
text from my phone.
Thanks.
Yep. Bye.
Well, I think that the state exists in the first place by violating the exact rights that you created them to protect. So you're saying that a state is created to protect rights and nothing more or less. Is that correct? Is that right?
That's right. That's right. That's
Okay.
that's what it's supposed to be.
Okay, what it's supposed to be. Has it ever
That's
been
not
that?
what it is.
Has it ever been that? Ever?
No.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's where we're at. You know, we can talk about philosophy all day, and these philosophies, oh, we created a state for this purpose. But I mean, really, philosophies are really just ideas, right? Some of them really good ideas, but is it working?
No.
Okay.
H Bomat donated $2. Thanks for the super chat. He says, "I think James got his utopian butt kicked." All right.
Well, then why don't? So my problem is we keep doing the same thing and getting the same results.
Right. So we need to change the system. Do you agree with that?
Or get rid of the system. Get rid of the system.
Go on. You can explain what you mean by that, I suppose, and I'll say
listen,
yes or no.
I gave a rough outline of what transparency is. It was not real clear. I watched it back. I've devised a new system that is based on always being on camera. And I've been talking lately a lot out loud to people that we've never lived up to the rule of law.
Well, he just needs to go get Rousseau to write that into his social contract that we'll all automatically be bound to without signing it.
Chopper has my phone number.
Have his camera system.
We've never had the Constitution or our rights respected ever. It's never happened in the history of time. 1776 happened and went through Revolutionary War, 1791, and then they just started stripping away everything they promised. From 1791 forward, it just got worse and worse and worse. So you know, that's where Brian at High Impact Flicks, he's got a point. It's not working. Well, of course it's not working. It's never worked ever. So
Thanks,
I'll
Wilcox.
play a 3-man game, but it'll be quick.
Wilcox says he watched it earlier and it was painful. Great job, James. Thanks for the work.
If we had, and by the way, the
Anna
cops
and me.
just came out
Where's D
with
News?
a new camera system that shows
Starts in
filming
3
from
minutes.
behind. It goes around their vest on the bottom of their around
Probably
their
just gonna
neck,
cancel it.
which is a better system than my goggle system.
Should I
Not
cancel
in the
it?
front though. You need the goggle level.
I missed. Was there like an agreed upon like topic of debate?
You know, as you see, he's already way off.
Yeah, we're
the
gone.
topic of
Yeah.
debate. Right. And I could see what he was doing here, and but at the beginning we said we are here because you called me a statist, and I want to address that.
Okay, that's what it was. All right.
And now we're on to 360 cameras and goggles that are going to magically recreate statism.
Okay. Yep. So we're off track. This is when the moderator, if you had one, would step in and be like, "Hey, let's get back to the topic."
And then what that means is
AFA
they
was
said
just,
the way they
AFA
worded it,
wanted the
you know, it's
chaos.
on
He
delete
wasn't
laws,
going to
try
step
state
in.
cop videos. They say in there, this is going to help the officer. Yeah, if you give the cops cameras and we don't get access to them, it's just going to help the state. And that would be what statism is.
It is
I
hilarious.
don't even know what you're talking
It is-
about. Are you
it's
plugging
fucking-
merch right now or
and
something?
that same Malone,
No, dude.
a couple
What
months
I'm
ago,
saying
was
is,
on Joe
I
Rogan.
wrote a new system that is based on total transparency. They're no
they wanted
longer
it
called
taken
cops
down.
or law enforcement or police. They literally have a 360-degree camera that goes around their head with a pair of earphones. They don't have to call for backup.
Okay.
A whole new system.
I think that,
How does that make you not a statist? I mean, is that your defense?
so. I tried. Right. So I try to put him back on track here and essentially say that. So what does this have to do with statism? And I try to take it to, you know, so how do these police exist in the first place? So let's go back to.
Okay.
I believe he's a salesman, by the way, and I can send you some stuff about some videos of him for the last few years. He's a salesman, and that's what he is. And that's fine. That's all great. You know, I'm a capitalist, so good for you. And I think he's been pretty successful at it. And so when he started going to this spiel, I knew he was trying to sell something, whether the product exists yet, or he's trying investors, or whatever the hell it is. I already knew that he's going into his spiel to try to get investors into his product.
So the first thing I've noticed is that, I mean, you're making it spicy too, James, a little bit. You know, you're coming back at him, trying to, you know, be a little. So is your purpose here to change his mind, or is your purpose here to show the audience that he's wrong? Those are two different goals.
I'd have to say that I came in with the attitude to troll him and make him think I give a shit what he has to say. So I didn't come into it with the best attitude. Now, I will say though that once we got
whiskey,
on camera,
it is.
my goal. Once we got on camera, though, my goal was to. I guess I knew I wouldn't reach him. I'll say that. I've seen this guy discuss the people before. He's never listened to anything anybody else has ever said. So my goal definitely was to try to win some people over who hadn't previously thought of these things, but kind of knowing I'm not ever going to convince him of any idea whatsoever because I don't think anyone ever has. I guess that's where I'm at.
Okay. So if your main goal is the audience, I need to know like where to give you tips from, because you're doing a terrible job at changing his mind, but it sounds like that wasn't your goal. So if that's not your
Fair
goal,
enough,
then you're doing fine. Like if you're trying to entertain people, you're doing a fantastic fucking job. Because I'm tickled pink. So but if you would
know though, because I kind of thought that I might be actually making some points that he might listen to, but yeah, you're right. As spicy as I'm being, who would accept that? And
yeah, he's
say,
already
"Oh,
shut down. Yeah. His mind is closed. Like if I were trying to change his mind, the first thing I would do is take myself out of it completely and do nothing but ask questions. I want to explore his position. I want to find out where he thinks the just authority of any government comes from. He's going to talk about Rousseau. He's going to talk about the social contract. Then we're going to take then I would ask questions, taking the social contract to Rape Island. I know you've probably seen my Rape Island video. Like that's where Rousseau goes to die, is on Rape Island, for the record. And if anybody wants to know what I mean by that, search the Disenthrall channel for Rape Island. I don't know. I forgot what the name of the video is. Maybe somebody could find it. But anyway, yeah, I would go ahead.
I think that we both me and Chili kind of know that this is a better way to go. That I think both of us wanted to be the one asking questions and allowing the other one to make the claims, and then making the other one support their claims. And I knew that he would not really allow me to ask a lot of questions. And so I tried to answer 10 questions for every one that I would ask, because I know that that's just, who I'm dealing with, right?
I would then, if that were me, in a debate, I would then call that out and say, okay, hey, let me drive the questions for a little while, maybe in the next 30 minutes, and then we'll trade. And, I'll be happy to answer your questions, and just get that agreement out front. And just be like, look, I want to explore what you believe about this stuff. And I just want to learn. I don't want to talk or give my opinions or entertain anybody. This is why I have no subscribers, James, because this is what I do. What you do is fun to watch.
I would love to mix it though, and have it both entertaining, fun to watch, and educational, where real ideas are being conveyed for people to understand.
I would love that. Yeah. HBO Matt says, James and I have much deeper phone calls than this. Lick the whole boot. Thanks for the super chat. He says, in political science, statism is the doctrine that the political authority of the state is legitimate to some degree. Definitions are important. J.C. Lusbull Wilk. Correct. He didn't listen. He's closed-minded. All right, let's keep going.
Way ahead though.
How am I status?
How did the cops exist in the first place?
Because the slave catchers, 1704 South Carolina slave catchers.
Okay. And how are police funded today?
Police are funded by stealing our money through taxes.
Exactly. So you're talking
close.
about, it sounds to me as if you're talking about treating a symptom rather than treating the disease.
Okay, so right there, an important strategy when you're trying to convince somebody is that when you have a point of agreement, when you have a moment where he just said something that you fully agree with, pause and say, wow, dude, I totally agree with you. You're absolutely right. It's, these cops are funded by theft. That's wrong. I'm glad that you recognize that. I do too, because that lowers the mental barriers from the other guy just a little bit.
Every game started, Anna.
The cops are out of control, so I don't know. We're supposed to have this halo thing on them so that we can see 360 degrees of what they're doing.
Right.
Let me say. So
you're right back to being spicy.
Right, and like you said, that could have been an opportunity to say yes, definitely, I agree. And instead, I said, yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Yeah, it's like a choose your own adventure book, and you just went the fuck you route instead of the.
All right. This is why I wanted to talk about this with the master debater.
Okay.
Yeah, when there is a goal in mind, it's good to know I just went the exact opposite way.
Always have a goal in mind for every single talk that you have with anybody, and who is my target? Do I care about this guy? Yes or no? If no, then I want to care about the audience. Now, what kind of performance can I put on that will open up the audience?
News to get in here.
You have to pick. You know the shit.
Realizing that they exist through immoral acts and through violating people's rights in the first place, by violating people's consent to their property and taking that property by force to fund them, right?
Well, we have to remember, the original. So when you talk about cops and rule of law, the way we get to cops is by John Locke writing the social contract. And John Locke's social contract is different than Rousseau's, but what it says is that the only reason we have rule of law is to protect and defend your rights. That's the only reason we have rule of law. We don't have rule of law for any other reason. That's what it's created for, to make sure you have food, shelter, protection, and warmth. Now, it has not worked out. It has been horrifically bad. You can see, I'm going to cop shops, you go to cop shops, like it's going terrible for us. And they're taking all the power
Patrick,
for
let me
themselves.
see also here.
Statism.
I thought he was saying some wonderful things here, and I actually wasn't listening at all because, as you can see, I'm messing with something. My window was open, and a herd of goats had come up to my window and was going, meh, meh. And so this is, when I went back, I actually did go back and watch this part, and I was like, damn, like, I liked what he was saying, man. And I didn't have a clue, and it really threw things off. But anyways.
Well, if you want to ever have a continuation of the conversation, one of the first things I would do when I contacted him would be to say, look, I listened to it back. I kind of realized I was a dick and I wasn't really trying to like have a serious talk.
Never going to happen.
You said a lot of good points that I didn't even catch in the moment. And I want to say that I agreed with a lot of the things that you said. You know, these are the kinds of things that would lower the mental barriers you would need to actually change somebody's mind.
News made it.
That's your goal.
Welcome.
Right.
JC says, because John Locke said so. Okay, you got it. Yeah, I mean, that's a good point. He's quoting Locke and then saying the rule of law is definitely for the reason that Locke wrote down. Like, just because Locke wrote something down or Rousseau wrote something down has nothing to do necessarily with reality. You might choose to subscribe to the Lockean view of the rule of law, but that doesn't mean anybody else does, and that certainly doesn't mean governments have ever done it that way. But I mean, it's good to read these guys. Yeah.
And absolutely. And that's the thing, is that statements there would have bring point to talking about that, you know? But again, I was not focused where I needed to be. I did totally miss it. And when I did ask him to repeat it back, it didn't come out quite as beautifully and elegantly as it did at that point. And honestly, the point was lost. And it was a missed opportunity for both of us, really, there.
Goats happen. I don't know. That's just what happens.
That was totally unintentional, me throwing that off there, too.
The government with our rights and all the tools to work against us, that's what statism is. Am I for that? I want to empower the cops more.
You know what? I'm sorry, man. There are literally goats bang outside of my window. That's why I'm laughing. I'm not laughing at what you're saying, but that really was pretty distracting. Hold on 1 second.
We can't hear him. So you go ahead, James, and okay.
Okay. Did you ask me a question there? I'm sorry. I was ADD as hell with these goats.
No, I'm with you, dude. So let me say it again. So
okay.
If you called me a statist,
yes.
And what I said is clearly that we agree that this system of policing, the word policing or law enforcement, is dog poo. It has not worked at all whatsoever. It's been terrible. And then I said police have come up with a new system where they're going to record behind their back, and it's going to help the cop, is what the cops say. Okay, so I'm not for empowering the police with more tools and more training so they learn how to beat us better and scream stop resisting. I'm for taking power away from the police and giving it to the people who are the sovereign under the social contract. So explain to me then your position of calling me a statist with those words being said.
Okay, he just took his definition of statist and demanded that you justify calling him a statist based on his definition. That's what just happened.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
That I would just call that out and say, well, like when you're having discourse with somebody, you have to use their definitions. Otherwise, you're not going to communicate. You're just going to sword fight a bunch of farts the whole time.
Sword fight.
Those words being said, I don't know. It sounds like you still believe in a. This government exists through it. It is fundamentally built upon a foundation.
Yeah.
So basically I ignore his question because, as you see, it's really is invalid, and I try to go back to what statism might be and whether or not he does or doesn't believe in statism based on what statism actually is, not based on whether police have a halo camera.
Yep.
So that's what I was attempting to do here. And then he gets upset with me for not answering the direct question.
He does keep going back to the cameras like that's some kind of counter argument, and he never put the connecting tissue in there for
Violating
that.
people's rights. I genuinely believe he's trying to plug a product that he's going to be asking for donations and investors for very soon. Hey, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But look over the next couple of months, this guy will start asking for tens of thousands of dollars for cameras. For cops.
Nice hand, Ohio.
Okay.
Period. I mean, I feel like you're talking about something that's like 20 steps down the road. You know, after the government's been created. That doesn't negate the fact that it's still been created based on and built on a foundation of theft. So, I mean, I don't know. Do you believe in this theft to create a government to have your, and why don't we also go back and you can explain to me what this social contract is? I don't understand that.
Okay. So, but you didn't answer the question. And let me try it again. What I asked you specifically, and this is the definition of statism. A statist.
This is the definition of statism. He's asserting that a word has an objective definition, which is not true. Language is a lossy thought compression algorithm. You have to be concerned when you're talking to anybody, and this is great relationship advice too, guys. Like when you're talking to somebody that you care about, you need to be concerned with the concepts in their brain that they're trying to squeeze through the air into your brain, not about the words they use to get it through the air. Like try and think
you hear the words
into the other person's brain. What this guy's doing is these are the objective meanings of the air vibrations that I'm going to send at James. And, you know, if he doesn't agree with my concepts, then I win the debate or something.
We need one more.
This is not how communication works. But anyway, I digress.
And I could see that too, and that's why, like I said, there are a lot of things that I knew about this guy where he's not going to
winner take all, big pot.
Digress on any of this, and so you know, I believe I try to work off of his definition then, and I think at some point I say, well, then my definition is this. So I think we address that at some point.
Cool. Yeah. All right.
Believes that the power of the people.
He gets a better connection on his
government,
phone.
and the government should have more power. A statist believes that we should fund government apparatus to have power over us. That we want to give more power to government and less power to the people. Now, I think that that we shouldn't even have the term, that we should create a new system for peace officers to respect your rights. And that would mean taking money away from the current system and creating a different system that would be based on only holding your rights as the bar, right? So that means I want to take money away. I want to defund police completely and start a new organization. And it'll be a transition period as we go from the horrible one that hasn't worked to a new one called transparency. And we're not getting into that. But I want to take money away from the government. There you go, James. Now I can see it. I want to take money away from the government and give it to the people. So how am I a statist?
Okay, I'm still going to have to ask a question. You're going to get rid of the police, and you're going to create this other system where you're still going to have people enforcing rule of law, right?
No, not enforcing rule of law. Rights.
Enforcing rights. Sorry, enforcing rights.
Upholding rights. The terminology means everything.
Okay, and where are you going to get the money to fund that?
So right now, where I'm at, there's a dozen different police agencies over this, and so it's total chaos. When they call out to a house, you'll have 6 different agencies respond, and then you'll see a bunch of pigs standing around. You pointed that out in Mesa when they arrested the guy for jaywalking, and they were promoting some guy running for office, and they had 24 cops all standing around with their Johnson in their hand going, oh, we really got that jaywalker. It was ridiculous. We spent how much hundreds of thousands of dollars on that one case. I'm for taking the money away from those people and creating a new agency called transparency. Now, what that is doesn't matter.
He avoided the question.
The principle is to defund
there'll be text still
and fund new apparatus that are based on total camera.
Where's that money come from, though? Same way.
Non-coercively funding, it sounds like?
That's exactly what I'm trying to get to, because right, because that is the core of, well, are you a statist or are you not? And he really wants me to ask this question, to answer this question. that he's not a statist because he wants to get rid of the police and create this new system with the same exact thing that police have always been, although he doesn't realize that's what he's saying. And so my only question, yes, is do you want to fund it through theft or voluntarily? If you want to do it through theft, you are a statist. If you don't, you are not.
Yeah, there's two questions.
I don't know if we ever got there.
Yeah, this goes to the objectivist position as well. I don't know if you're familiar with Ayn Rand's objectivism, but she is.
We're going to start reviews.
The consistent end result of her philosophy is anarcho-capitalism.
4 minutes too late. We'd have had a.
But she's a holdout. She's not consistent. She wants the police to exist. She wants there to be a monopoly on law enforcement. But like this guy, she wants the police. She wants all the laws to be basically erased, except for the ones that protect rights. And so the only thing the cops would do is protect rights. And her police wouldn't even be paid for coercively. However, and the challenge where objectivists break down is the second question that I would ask this guy: if I try and compete with your police, will you use force to stop me? If I try and offer alternative dispute resolution or protection services, are you going to stop me? Are you going to use force to keep a monopoly on that service? And that would be interesting to see.
Do you think it?
Go ahead,
do you
sorry.
think it would be necessary first to establish whether he wants to, how he wants to fund this new force, and then after that, kind of address, what if I try to compete and?
Yeah.
You better not have a flush.
So how am I a statist?
Wilcox says, I paid $20K to beat my gun case in Cali. No one helped me, and this guy asked for people to send him money to fund what I was fighting against. Shaking my head. I don't know. I mean, so far, and until James asked him the funding question, so far he's talking about cops that only actually protect rights, which would mean that they couldn't be paid for coercively. Otherwise, they're definitionally, yeah.
I don't know if I ever convey that message either to him or to the audience properly, though. And that's why I kind of wanted to look over this and be like, okay, I know what I wanted to say. I know what I wanted to convey, but did it ever happen? And again, I don't know if I really cared to
I don't work as one, but I'm a trained
or
paramedic.
change his mind, but at least someone who was watching, and I don't know if I ever achieved that.
Yeah, and so like in a free society, it doesn't matter what we call these people, cops, whatever, the people that try and protect rights, whether we hopefully that we hire consensually, they have no additional rights than you or I have. So they're not super people that can go out and do law enforcement things that we can't do. They're just like us. It's just that, for risk purposes or training purposes, not everybody wants to go get trained in protection and security. You would want to hire somebody to do those things for you. Not everybody wants to go understand a system of jurisprudence and justice, and so that you would hire a company to handle your disputes for you. Those kinds of things. So when we talk about like cops in a free society, we're talking about something in like an entirely different beast.
Essentially private security, basically, right? That would have no rights that you wouldn't have as a property owner in the first place.
And no protections that we don't have. Yeah, so if they mess up, then they're liable just like we would be if we did the same thing. Yeah.
Anybody can birth a baby, man.
If I want to strip money away from the powers that
got to remove the fear of doing it.
It sounds to me like you just want to strip it from entity A and give it to entity B. And you think that new entity, and again, that's why I'm asking you, where is the money going to come from? Are you saying that you're not going to eliminate the theft that existed to create entity A? That you're going to continue that theft and that direct violation of people's rights, but you're going to use it for something that you want instead of something that somebody else wants?
Well, this is going to segue into a different conversation, and the reason why I'm trying to stay on status, you called me a statist, and I'm for taking money away from the current regime of trolls and pigs and creating new things that are based on the people power. However, if you're going to go into taxes all the time, then go ahead and explain to me how we wash away.
They eat it in a lot of cultures.
Okay, so what he did was fucking dodge the shit out of your challenge and redirect back to a question to you. I would redirect him back to your question if I were you.
Which gives the states and the federal government the right to tax, and that's been from the foundation. That's been which gives. Well, this is going to segue into a different conversation, and the reason why I'm trying to stay on status, you called me a statist, and I'm for taking money away from the current regime of trolls and pigs and creating new things that are based on the people power. However, if you're going to go into taxes all the time, then go ahead and explain to me how we wash away the 10th Amendment, which gives the states and the federal government the right to tax.
Okay. So if he believes the Constitution has just authority to do things like what he just described, by any traditional definition of the word statist, he is one. Like he just lost the
Probably
debate about being a
straight. I had two
statist
pair on the
right
flop.
there just now. Like
Oh.
if he thinks the Constitution that no one alive
Maybe
has
straight.
signed,
I stand, Matt.
has some kind of binding authority.
We should have just blown out the bets.
There are some things I noticed afterwards too about how he wanted to define a statist, because again, you know, we can. I want to know what the ideas are that he's trying, that are in his head that he's trying to portray. So he was trying to tell me though that a statist is someone who wants to take more people and give more power to the government, and it's, to me, it's almost as if it was relative. Like, okay, well, if I U.S. and I want it to be more North Korea, then I'm a statist. I mean, I guess it's relative to that right now, then, in his mind, whether he's a statist or not. Which, I mean, I think is personally, I think is an invalid definition of what a statist is, but I still kind of tried to want to get to where he was.
New things that are based on the people power. However, if you're going to go into taxes all the time, then go ahead and explain to me how we wash away the 10th Amendment.
How we wash away the 10th Amendment is the way that is phrased. Talks about it as something that exists, is tangible, is in the way. How we wash away the 10th Amendment is by continuing to ignore it like I already do. I am not bound by the 10th Amendment. I am my own person. I didn't sign shit, to put it in Lysander Spooner's words. I'm surprised, if he's read Rousseau and Locke, I'm surprised he hasn't read Lysander Spooner. I would be surprised if he hasn't.
You know, the thing is also that he's mentioned that he wants to get rid of, I believe it's the 16th Amendment, but not the 10th. And so I never called him on that or said anything about it, which I definitely should have. But he talked about trying to get rid of one amendment, but then as you see right there, it says, well, what? Are we supposed to wash away the 10th
you think
Amendment?
Patrick Smith is nuts?
A little inconsistency
I agree,
there
James
that
is a little
I never
kooky,
pointed
but
out
I
or
like
drew
him.
any attention to.
I don't have any 10th Amendment on
And
me. I don't need
absolutely
to wash
Chili
it
is
off.
nuts.
Like, you might have that on. You might need a bath or something. I don't know.
Which gives the states and the federal government the right to tax. And that's been from
the right. Gives them the right to the right. I think at some point here too, I go into how they got that right, and you know, do I have that right? Do me and 10 people in the chat have that right? How many of us does it take to get that right? And
yeah, which is the rape island scenario, right? And you know, this is all just social
jump
contract
around
theory.
so much though. He does jump around so much that it's very difficult to pin down on something and really dig into any one, you know, specific thing.
Well, he definitely didn't answer your funding questions, so hopefully that's sad.
That's been from the foundation of our country's been built. Do you?
Our country. Whoa. No collectivism. It's your country.
Okay.
I'm not part of it.
Good job.
Are you a sovereign citizen?
I'm not. I'm just James.
Good answer. I don't know what you mean by sovereign citizen. I'm just James. That's exactly what I would have said.
James free range slave man.
That's right.
You're not for. So if God forbid something happens to your second, third cousin, whatever, I don't want to, you know, someone you love and care about, and they get hit by a car and they die, who's going to take the body?
Patrick, look at how far off the rails we are again.
Yeah.
This was very, very difficult.
Yeah. There's a word for this. There's a word for this tactic, and a lot of people use it unconsciously. I'm trying to remember what the word is, but it's just you go all over the place, and you can't nail them down. You can't actually get an answer to anything. You can't follow a train of thought because they're just all over the place. I forgot what the word is. Jim Jesus would remember, but I forgot.
Probably friends and family, a voluntary system. So
Let's
go
know how
back.
he dies, but you don't know how he dies. Who's going to investigate that to see how he died?
The insurance company that I pay to cover such situations, the dispute resolution company that I pay to cover such situations.
I guess it's not going to be investigated.
other than through a voluntary system.
Make it real, James. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road with all of you volunteers and all of you anarchists who just don't know what you're talking about. If your friend dies and you love your friend, and I'm 47. If I just up and die, you don't want to know how I died?
No, I definitely do, and that's. Sorry, I'm sorry.
See, there you go. No,
that's where volunteerism comes in, because I don't know if you've seen the. Wait, it's my turn now. I know you like to talk a lot. It's my turn now. You asked me a question. This is where volunteerism does come in. I don't know if you've seen all those videos of people who are uncovering and bringing cars up that have been in bodies of water, lakes, rivers.
Josh for Liberty does point out a good point. Is volunteerist is somebody that volunteers their time to charity.
Government refused to investigate, either because they're lazy or they don't have enough money or they don't want to, whatever the reason is. They failed to bring closure to the family. And these private divers are going down and in a matter of minutes doing what the government couldn't do over decades.
From what I've heard.
And solving crimes and solving murders and solving these things voluntarily without taxation. See, the only difference between what you want and what I want is you want to steal from everybody to get what you want. Because you think that by using the right
He hasn't said that yet. He's dodged that question, but yeah, at least you're pressing him on it.
Amount of force and the right amount of violence to take things from people, that you can create some type of utopia where nobody gets hurt, and if they do, then everybody gets restitution. That would be great, man. It really would. If nobody ever got hurt, and if people did get hurt, that everyone got the restitution that they want. You know, and a lot of times we can get that, but there's no amount of violation of people's rights. And when you take the product of someone's labor, their property from them without their consent, to say, hey, I'm taking this from you, but it's for the greater good of the people, you're violating their rights. You're building a government, you're building a system that's built on a foundation of violating people's rights. How can you expect to protect people's rights when the entire foundation is built upon the violation of them?
James, that was very well spoken. That was a great job.
Well, so first of all, the entire foundation is not based upon stealing people's rights. The 10th Amendment clearly gives the state and the federal government the right to tax.
Now it's the 10th Amendment.
So he's just embodying the social contract theory. So that's what you would need to address. You would need to disassemble the social contract theory.
Then that would mean that you're against the foundation of this country. You don't
Absolutely.
think that?
Absolutely. Now let's go over this.
Wait there.
Do I have the right to levy a tax on you? Does James?
Midnight
You're doing it. You're attacking the foundation of the social contract. Very well. Here we go.
Slave man have the right to say, hey, delete laws. I know you work hard, you provide for yourself and your family, but you know what? I have the right to tell you that you have to give me 20% of what you make. Do I have that right?
Of course not.
Okay. So what if me and we won't bring ACA in because then he might jump in but let's say I get 10 of the people in the chat to agree with me. Hey, you know what? We get to take 20% of delete laws as income. We're a majority now, right? Do we now have the right to take something from you that I personally didn't have the right to take?
No, because that would be violating the very basic principle of life, liberty, and property written by John Locke. The very foundation of our country is based on 3 different philosophies. John Locke's life, liberty, and property, we call it Lockean theory, and then Jean-Jacques
Lockean. Well, anyway.
Rousseau's social contract, which is rule of law, and then Montesquieu's book Spirit of Laws, which is checks and balances. And I would argue that the life, liberty, and property is rarely upheld if you don't have enough money, and the social contract has been completely bastardized, and checks and balances has never
We call that a witch, which is also
the federal government took all the power for themselves in the 1803 case of Marbury versus Madison. And
you're still jumping ahead, though. You're still jumping way ahead because I still haven't figured out how anyone got.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me stop here.
That's what my wife is.
I do think that I should have, at this point, like you said earlier, recognized and verbalized that I recognize how much we agree on a lot of the things that you did say there.
Yep.
Again, to let them know, hey, I'm not here to fight.
I said that's some people call them witches, some people call them seers. My wife calls it a seer. She puts herself into that, but I brew mead.
we definitely agree on this. Let's go from here.
That's important to do whether you're trying to change his mind or whether you're trying to open the audience's mind up. Because when you're making those empathetic agreements, it shows the audience that you're not wholly biased to one side. It shows that you're open-minded. It shows that you're willing to agree when the other person's right. You know, it shows you're a rational person. Wilcox says, "Hey guys, remember John Locke said so." Okay, yeah.
Not the right.
What are you, retarded? So I know you're not retarded. So, what are you, Down syndrome?
To say that I get to forcibly take shit from you. Sorry. That I get to forcibly take from you what you have produced. If I don't have the right, and me and 10 other people don't have the right, how many does it take to make this immoral act of robbing you right? I mean, is it 100 of us? Is it 1,000 of us?
Hell yeah, James. Well done. Well done.
How many does it take?
Well, you haven't read the Federalist Papers, have you?
Why, did they create some magical way where it's okay for people to rob?
Yep.
Well said.
Okay, so it's
yep.
Is it fairy?
Okay, so then I would take the position the social contract does not exist. I see no evidence of its existence. It's on you to prove that it does. That's what I would do next. It would be like, yeah.
That's
Well,
or
they
That
have
was the next line, the next Norm line. If you guys
The
don't
first
know
time
what
that he
Anna
wanted
said.
to or discuss something,
Norm
he
McDonald.
had to have that with a number of people publicly on the interwebs, and it was on the social contract. And so I should have known, but I really didn't. I wasn't thinking about it. I did this spur of the moment, and I was like, all right, I'll go talk to this guy. But I should have known that that was what he really did want to debate and completely address that. And I don't think I really ever did at all.
Yeah.
magical meetings and magical writings where they said that a federal republic or a constitutional republic would make it so that if we could tax the people to create a greater economy and a greater society that was based on food, shelter, warmth, and protection, that if we could tax people a little bit, that it would be fair. And that way,
I'm sorry, but you've got to see the insanity in this. We want to protect people's rights
I was
to
getting
their life,
frustrated now, which is not good.
their liberty, and their property. And in order to protect their life, liberty, and property, we will steal from them their property. You've got to see the insanity in trying to build a civilized society on such uncivilized behavior.
How is wealth created, James?
Topic change.
I have no idea.
How do people
Maybe you
get
can
it?
explain it to me.
Well,
What's
I mean, so when you have the social contract rule of law, then you're going to
Hey, my name's Norm.
something called morality. Because without the rule of law, morality doesn't exist.
People call me Doc.
Without the
My name's
haves
Norm.
versus the have-nots, then there's be no reason to steal because I can provide myself a hut and have my girl, and then I can borrow and trade and barter. But what Rousseau pointed out so brilliantly was that if we didn't live under the rule of law, then what would happen is man would kill each other, like Thomas Hobbes said, bellium omnium contra omnes, which means a war of all men.
But I'm not
against all
good.
men. And so
I'm nice, but I'm not good.
That's what we have now. We are. This is when I would remind him that we are already in anarchy. It's just the largest warlords have won.
What? Okay. Would you call it anarchy, though? I mean, we're in chaos. That's for because it's unpredictability, the consistency to the
Norman
rules
McGillicuddy.
or any order. There's really no consistency to it. I mean, if I murder someone, I go to prison. But there's some people that can murder people that don't go to prison.
Yeah, it's a spicy way of saying it, but what I'm saying is like the reality of reality is that it's anarchy. There are no rulers. There's powerful people that choose to live by tooth and fang, like the lions, where they take what they can get with the power that they have to get it, and then there are other people that choose to associate around concepts called rights and property and peace and negotiation and consent. And no matter who associates with who, like just because there is a large gang in place doesn't mean that there still isn't any actual rulers in reality, is what I'm trying to say.
Right.
Like he's conflating the just authority of the Constitution and the social contract from Rousseau with something that exists tangibly. Like there is these laws. The rule of law exists and is in operation. No. There's just a large gang that has fooled a lot of people into believing they're magic spells.
Peace, Brandon.
But the spoiler
Thanks
is
for hanging out.
magic isn't real. It's just a bunch of people believe that it exists and that it's real, and so they see the magic when it happens.
We're going back to the foundation.
But you're right. The way I said it was probably confusing for a statist, which this guy is. So that would have been a bad way to say it, saying that we're already in anarchy.
Because I don't want to jump too far ahead. What I'm saying is that the foundation of America is based on 3 different philosophies, and those philosophies it didn't work out. It's been dog crap. But the idea, the ideology, and here's my argument, is that for the first time ever in the history of time, maybe there was a world, a million years ago we don't know about, but in our current understanding, for the first time ever, if we surround people who claim to be an authority with cameras in a 360 direction, and then the people have access to that data at all times, if they're interactive with anybody.
He's digressing again to his camera thing.
And that's why I'm laughing. I'm like, you gotta be freaking kidding me, dude. Stop trying to sell your future product and get investors.
Yeah.
And this is why I didn't want to talk to Guy in the first place. I've always believed he's got, that he's got other motives.
So why'd you do it?
Anyways. Because I wanted to practice debating. I wanted to practice conveying my ideas, even if it's with somebody who I know damn well has zero intention of listening to anything I have to say whatsoever. I wanted to practice. I haven't done it in years, and I need to start doing it more. And what better person to do it with than somebody who I know is going to go completely off the rails consistently, never listen to a word that I say, and I have to try to deal with that and convince him.
Matt, knock somebody out.
I have good ideas.
Phobes, thank you for the super chat. Food, shelter, warmth, protection. By your powers combined, I am Captain Statist. Lick the whole boot. Thanks for the super chat. He says, when did we sign? Isn't a contract a 2-party agreement? Yeah, that's where I would try and rebase him right now yet again. I would try and keep shepherding him back to the crux of the disagreement here, how he funds his police. He's justifying that with social contract. You need to press him and say, the social contract doesn't exist. Where are you getting this from? I didn't sign shit. Those kinds of things.
Authority.
And throughout the entire discussion / debate, I never addressed that, which is, I think, probably my biggest fail here. Even bigger than my spicy comments at him when we agree on something, I think is failing completely to address that.
Yeah.
We'll be able to have.
Wilcock, thanks for the super chat for the first time ever. He right different system. Just for Liberty, $50 super chat. Thank you very much, sir. No idea why this is $49.99 and not $50. Whatever. Keep up the good work. Josh, thank you very much, sir. Appreciate your support. If you're on our Discord server, I think you are, hit me up and I'll assign you the supporter role.
Truth and justice through transparency. And the Bill of Rights.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The Bill of Rights will be able to be held. But if you think you're going to get rid of the 10th Amendment, then you just want to throw away the entire Constitution and the entire Bill of Rights. Would that be
absolutely? Absolutely. Positively. Toilet paper. But I mean, why would you say that I want to throw it away? Clearly, it's been thrown away. Clearly, we can see that in practice,
that already didn't work.
Philosophy all day, but in practice, do they obey the Constitution? Do they obey even the legislation, the codes, the statutes? No, of course they don't. No. So,
okay,
I mean, what difference does it make? It's a piece of paper that does absolutely nothing.
Okay, then let's talk about the gory details, like you said. Let's not talk about grandiose standing on your lectern or standing on your podium in front of your lectern. Let's talk about very specific details.
He's the one that's been trying to summon the specter of various philosophers this whole time. You've just been like, I didn't sign shit.
Detail about your system of anarchy versus the system that I promote called rule of law. And I'll ask you a question that I don't think you're going to be able to answer, but we'll see if
He's
you can.
worked there before.
So,
Cool.
Now I believe you have a family and children. I don't want to get into details of your kids, but
I do.
So you have a child. You have a child.
I got 5 kids. All 5 kids that I know about with one woman. Any others? Fuck off. Leave me alone. Go ahead.
So on this road right here behind me, and it's your road, let's just say, you guys have put a rule up because there's no rule of law, so you just have rules. And so the rules on your road is that the speed limit is 20 miles an hour because you got your 5 kids playing out on the road baseball like I did when I was a kid. Because you don't let them have an iPad. You say, go outside and play, like a good parent should, in my opinion. Okay, now someone goes screaming through your road at 90 miles an hour.
I see you cringing over there.
I've had so many of these talks. I know where he's going. This is the third time that he's brought in like a potential rights violation or tragedy situation up, and he's putting it to you to answer. He wants you to give him a practical answer rather than a principle
She's
based
working.
answer.
She may be heading
Everybody
home
that he
now.
talks to so far has given him the principle answer, which is you can't coercively fund institutions.
They had the state out there at her job today, so I don't know if she's left yet or not. Let me see.
Even for your own safety, because that's
she's on the way home.
Inconsistent. It's wrong. It's evil. It's turning yourself into the bad guy to protect yourself from other bad guys. And that answer is not sufficient for him. He doesn't see it as practical. This is a very common position for statists to hold. They want a practical solution for how they will be protected in absence of the government, and he's not going to be satisfied with anything you say unless it gives him a practical solution on how it will work in a free society.
I tell him that he's going to have personal responsibility. So
he will not accept that.
First of all, he built this scenario to where basically he neglected the safety of my daughter. My daughter has neglected her own safety through her own stupidity. You know, we've made a lot of mistakes for this tragic thing to happen that we shouldn't have made in the first place. And now what do we do? And I tell him, well, first off, my fucking daughter doesn't play in the street.
The first question I would ask in response would be, who owns the road? Because that's who gets to make the rules and who gets to use force to enforce those rules. And if it's your road and some asshole comes speeding along it, then you have the right to shoot that motherfucker if he's endangering your daughter. But anyway.
Okay, yeah, no, this is the stuff I'm looking for, because I mean, obviously the road is owned by a gang of thieves and thugs, but they never had they don't really, right? They don't really own it.
Yeah, and the problem that he's trying to get you to solve for is part of the premises in his argument. He wants this government to exist, ostensibly wants this public property called roads to exist, which necessarily creates a tragedy of the commons, meaning you have an area of land that is not owned by any owner properly. The government rightfully owns nothing, and all public land is worse off for it. And this is just another problem that arises out of the roads not having an owner, somebody to make the rules and to have the just authority, the actual authority based in property, not in magic social contract paper, to enforce those rules for that property. So it's like he handed you a problem that stems from his own position and wants you to solve it. It's like, well, no, the answer is like somebody needs to own that road and make rules for it. If you know, and I'm not going to let my kid play on a road that doesn't have rules that would make sure it's a safer place for her to be, for example.
Go out to the car and what do you say? Don't drive like that in my neighborhood. I got my kids out here. You even got those little yellow things that says go slow, kids play, right? Now, that's one thing to come out there and warn me. But now let's make it real. Let's get down to the detail.
Can we stop right there for a minute?
No, but you have to answer the question, James.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, like you answered the funding question. Yeah,
I had to see it though. D News, good job.
Let's be fair.
Right. So now the driver hits your kid, and injures them, or the driver kills your kid. How do you get to the most important word, which is called justice? How do you get there in an anarchy system versus a rule of law system? Instead of just being grandiose philosophy, how do you get justice for what happened to your kid?
I think that
he needs to read a lot more books than the 3 it seems that he's read. You know, there's a lot of Rothbard going into dispute resolution in a free society. Walter Block has some good books on it.
8357.
Molyneux even.
I'm sure these will be listed in the description of this video afterwards, right?
Yeah, it should. Yeah, I should remember to do that. Molyneux has a practical anarchy book that goes into some of it as well.
Okay, Stefan Molyneux.
Yeah, old school Molyneux when he was actually, producing good content. Yeah.
Got it. Yep. I loved past tense.
Yeah.
All right, we can go on.
Yeah.
You believe that in an anarchist system there could be no courts.
Well, what if you don't agree with what the court said?
Then you don't have to submit yourself to the jurisdiction, and that's the way that the law works. Is that you
You think he's got you?
Right.
He
So you
thinks he's
choose
got you.
not to submit to the jurisdiction. That's okay. The court's also not going to help you then when something happens to you. That's how courts used to be, actually. I don't know if you're aware of that, but
Well,
you
your
have to
kid's dead,
submit.
James. Your kid is dead. What are you going to do about it?
Well, first off, I would have prevented the problem in the first place. One, I don't live in. Well, that's not something I would do though. That's something statists would do, because they think that they can magically control other people. See, I first off would take responsibility for realizing that I can't control other people. Well, at least not by telling them what to do. There are a few things that I could do. One, not live in a crowded neighborhood like that. That's one thing I could do, which I did. Two, teach my kids to stay the hell out of the street. Or three, even if I want to control other people, I could do it through a means that would actually work, like putting speed bumps in that are so high that you just plain can't do 90 miles an hour. Now, this is assuming that I have the right to control all of this public property that's not my private property. But I mean, right from the beginning, a whole bunch of things happened that could have been prevented if people took responsibility for themselves and realized that you don't get to control other people. You can only control yourself.
That's a lot of word salad without answering the question. Guy drive.
Not an argument.
Drives his car through your neighborhood, comes up on your lawn, and whacks your kid, and your kid's dead. You don't agree to the jurisdiction of those judges because you're not the most popular guy in your neighborhood. So you don't want to submit your will to their jurisdiction. Now, the guy who killed your kid is me. How do you get justice? You can't answer the question. I'm waiting though.
I don't think
he's just never talked to anybody that can actually answer this question to his satisfaction. So he's assuming that the answers don't exist. But if he went looking even a little bit, he would find plenty of books that go into it ad nauseum.
And obviously, I should have read those books too, so that I would have had a answer.
Hey,
can you go into that for us here? What a good.
I mean, it's a hell of a wide and a deep topic, and I freaking love it. Because I'm an entrepreneur, and so I mean, I can give you the 10,000 foot view, right, without like spending 20 minutes on it right now. But like, think of it like you are an entrepreneur. You want to make money. You want to start a business. Is there a need out there for security services? Is there a need out there, a demand? Is there a market demand for dispute resolution to cover situations exactly like what he's talking about? Obviously, there's a massive market demand out there, because one of the first counter arguments you always get when you talk about anarchy in a free society is, but who will build the roads? Who will pay for, who will be the cops? Who will save us when we're in trouble? Who will be the judges to solve our disputes? People demand and are freaked out by even the specter of the thought of that shit not existing. So definitely there's a demand out there for it. Now, as entrepreneurs in a free society, we have to figure out how to satisfy that demand to the standards of our customers. We have to figure out how to provide security services to our customers that is dependable, is efficacious, and actually does protect them, and is cost effective, and has insurance and bonding in place, so that if one of our private security officers goes rogue and hurts somebody, that and we get sued, that we have protections in place. And we have to also, because this is another argument that people always bring up when you talk about security in a free society. Well, what's to stop your security organization from turning into a warlord and like raising a standing army? Everyone thinks of that as a problem. So these are inherent business problems that we as entrepreneurs now have to come up with solutions for. Otherwise, we don't have a business. We don't make money. We don't have a company. So when you think about it, like, okay, let's stop demanding everybody solve all of our problems for us. Flip it around. Hey, whatever your name is, Delete Laws, you're now the business owner. You have to try and convince people to pay you for their dispute resolution, for your dispute resolution services, for your security and protection services. And they're freaking out They're like, well, man, what if I pay him and he just builds an army and becomes a warlord? Or what if I pay him and he's a corrupt judge? How are you going to convince your customers to trust you? You're going to build a reputation. You're going to maybe have independent review organizations audit your company often to look at all the books and to check your equipment to make sure you're not building up an army. Or if you're a judge, you're going to have an independent auditing company come in and audit all of your judgments to look for improprieties and biases and what do you call it when a judge has a conflict of interest or whatever and they need to bow out. And you're going to also probably put up like a $10 million bond in the hands of this audit company. And the moment they find a problem, whoever was harmed by the problem gets $10 million. And you're going to advertise that to your people. Look, we have this high reputation independent audit company and this massive bond out there. We want you to trust us. We work very hard. We're very open and transparent about how we do everything. You know, you're going to come up with business plans on how to solve the demands of the people, as well as calm their fears and become trustworthy. Otherwise, you instantly lose to your competition. The moment you're a security agency and you start looking like you're building a standing army, all of your customers are going to cancel their Netflix subscription, basically. It's the same thing. Like if the moment Netflix starts building a standing army, I'm canceling that shit. Sorry, you don't get my $14 a month. And the moment they get a cancel wave, the board of directors freaks out and they fire you as the CEO for endangering their entire company because they have a duty to their shareholders. All of these mechanisms that function to keep corporations absent government in line. It's usually through government coercion that they get out of line. All of these mechanisms function even for things like protection and dispute resolution.
So courts essentially are dispute resolution. And so, you know, when he made this point, the way that courts work was that you actually, in the U.S., is that you had to submit to their jurisdiction. And what we called an outlaw was someone who refused to submit to the jurisdiction of the dispute resolution people, also called a court. And if you refuse to submit to their jurisdiction, then when you them and said, "Hey,
I'm probably
gonna
end the stream.
Wronged," then they say,
"You guys have the link to this, right?"
You know, you wouldn't submit when you wronged someone else, and
this is a great discussion. Yeah. But I'm going to kill. Let's see if Bob's out there. Is Bob out? I don't know what you meant by that. All right. So here's the link. You guys want to continue watching? Good luck in your guys' game. I need to take care of some business. Ranger? No, I was a medic. But yeah, sorry guys. Got some business to take care of. Enjoy your game. We'll probably be back tonight around 11:30 Eastern time for a late stream, short late stream, maybe some poker or something. But I gotta go. Where's his? Sorry, Mr. Message on Rumble. No, I was a medic. I was not a ranger.
Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yo, I got a lot of shit to say, so I'ma do this every day. I'll be writing things until I'm fucking buried in my grave. 6 feet deep under, but my body won't decay. Cause my messages are timeless, so they'll put them on display. Oh yeah, I rap with a certainty, I have a sense of urgency. A message for eternity, for everyone internally. I had some people burning me, but now they fucking learn to see I ain't the one to fuck with. Now they looking nervously, and I don't really care what you think of me respectfully. You can kick rocks if you think you're fucking better, see. I will outwork you, turn you to an enemy. Hurt you so bad that you're gonna need some therapy. I got the motherfucking recipe. I've been cooking up hits, I'ma leave a legacy. bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks, I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Yeah, I'ma do it my way. Coming out with a statement. You really changed, man, all your music and arrangement. You don't know shit, shut your mouth, you can save it. I'm the same dude that got his come up from the basement. 100 songs, 100 weeks, didn't change it. Experiments, development, intelligence, and patience. I'll do it all again, cause I never feel complacent. Let's keep the good vibes, positivity's contagious. I'm never looking back, cause I made a life that's passionate. A college graduate suppressing all his talents, yeah. He found a way to go and change, become an advocate. For taking control of your life, go out and battle. And you think you have a dream, then act on it, get after it, get out your head and fucking capture it. You got one life to master it. Don't give up on your future. We all start losers. We're all late bloomers. Gotta struggle through the sewer. What you say? Yeah, I'ma do shit my way. So you can go kick rocks. I'ma stack bricks up, build what I want to make. Cause I don't give a fuck what you say. Yeah, I'ma do shit my way.